Bueno, vamos.
Hello. We are going to start the opening session of this meeting. Good morning, all of you. I am Susana Martinez, President of the Commission for Research on Women Trafficking. It's an honor to introduce these days this meeting organizing with the International Coalition Against Women Trafficking, CATW, and be able to have here important professionals, activists, and survivors of the sex industry and sex trade, whom we all thank for their very valid and altruistic participation. And also thank you for your presence here to Taina Bien-Aimé, Executive Director of the CATW International, who has been working with us. She has organized this meeting. And Lars Hjalmar, Swedish ambassador in Spain, and Pilar Llop, delegate from the Spanish government against violence, gender violence, with whom I share a very long travel journey in this matter. I consider it very valuable that this meeting is held here in our country. Spain has been, as we all know, one of the landmark countries at the national and international level with respect to legislation and measures against violence against women in the couple relationships. But I have to say that unfortunately that the same thing doesn't happen with respect to one of the types of violence against women that is the most devastating one, as is women trafficking, with sex women trafficking and prostitution. Thanks to the civil society, fundamentally, we have been able to open in Spain the debate on the enormous problem of sex trafficking with women and sex industry. But nevertheless, Spain has become one of the countries, if not the country, with the greatest solicitation of paid sex in Europe. Remember that the Istanbul Agreement in its Article 3 considers as violence against women a violation of human rights and a form of discrimination against women that encompasses all the different actions that mean harms or sufferings of physical nature, sexual nature, psychological nature, or economic nature. And by violence against women due to gender reasons, all violence against a woman because she is a woman, or that it affects women in a disproportionate fashion, as happens, in fact, with sex trafficking with women and also with prostitution. United Nations considers gender equality as an indispensable condition in order to reach the sustainable development in the world. So it's one of the main fundamental principles of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. More specifically, the goal of Sustainable Development number 5 reminds the national governments, United Nations, and the civil society that in order to reach gender equality, it is necessary to eradicate violence and discrimination against girls and women, including as such sex trafficking, sex exploitation, and other types of trafficking. With that goal, the Coalition Against Women's Trafficking, CATW, celebrates its 30th anniversary in collaboration with the research on abuse held in this Congress. Through the different sessions and roundtables, we will have tried to enhance the creation of new strategies in order to reach those goals, those worldwide goals, and try to develop solutions, innovative solutions with which we want to approach this problem for girls and women. Amongst other goals, we have to make known the devastating effects caused by human trafficking and sex exploitation, apart from conveying the need of having to keep on researching in this issue. I have to say that in view of how many of our political parties are immobile against sex industry and their lack of positioning due to reasons that will be stated very clearly in this meeting, we want to show the need of complying with the state agreement against gender violence in Spain with effective measures, and put forward that in order to do that, there is only one way, a way that is guided towards the eradication of trafficking and sex industry with discouraging measures for its consumption and advertising that prevents the standardization of that consumption as a way of relationship that we would like to want or accept for our future generations, because of course that's not how it is. And who better than the testimony of the survivors of sex industry and international persons with a great experience in the fight for the rights of women and abolition of sexual exploitation as those that will be here with us those days. And finally, I would like to thank as well for their effort, without which this meeting wouldn't have been possible, to our colleague Asunción Miura Biendicho and the whole team of the Commission, and also the whole team of the CATW for their support from outside Spain and also upon their arrival to Spain. And without further ado, I give the floor to Taina Bienaime, Executive Director of the Coalition Against Women Trafficking.
Thank you, Susana. It's an honor to be here and welcome Excellencies, honored guests, and friends. On behalf of the Coalition Against
Tenemos la coalición contra la trata de mujeres. Es un honor darles la bienvenida a esta conferencia. También estamos celebrando el 30 aniversario de la coalición. Felicidades y feliz aniversario a la CATW. Pronto van a oír por parte de los miembros de la Junta tan extraordinarios que tenemos, a los que saludamos por su compromiso fantástico y duradero ya para terminar con la violencia y la discriminación contra las niñas y las mujeres en todas las esquinas del globo. Antes de seguir, quisiera indicar algunos puntos de orden del programa. Justo después de mi intervención, Claudio Formisano presentará los comentarios de su colega Valiant Richie, que desafortunadamente no ha podido venir aquí hoy. Te damos la bienvenida a ti, Claudio, y gracias. Y también vean que hay interpretación simultánea por dos intérpretes que son seres humanos. Por lo tanto, para los ponentes, por favor, no hablen demasiado deprisa. Y para los que escuchen, muchas gracias por su paciencia. Cualquiera que haya organizado una conferencia sabe que no salen así de la nada, y especialmente una conferencia global organizada con una diferencia de tiempo entre Nueva York y Madrid, funcionando en 2 idiomas, con 40 participantes de 22 países diferentes y una huelga masiva del taxi en Madrid, pues eso no lo ha hecho más fácil. Me maravilla los socios de la Comisión, especialmente mi hermana, la formidable Asunción Ochoni Miura, y el equipo pequeño pero muy poderoso de mujeres, incluyendo a Amelia y a Rosa, y la nueva generación fantástica de abolicionistas feministas, Irene, 2 Lauras, Mariana y Natalia. Nos dan tantísima esperanza y os lo agradecemos. También agradecemos a los miembros del panel por venir aquí a Madrid. Van a oír hablar a estos expertos principales del mundo dedicados a terminar con la trata sexual de las mujeres, la explotación de la prostitución de las mujeres y otras formas de violencia contra mujeres y niñas en el mundo. Estamos encantados de celebrar esta conferencia en España, que es un líder global en el movimiento social y en la academia para luchar contra hacer que los cuerpos de las mujeres sean como una mercancía en todas sus formas. También agradecemos a la embajada sueca y al embajador Lars Hjalmar por ser socio nuestro aquí también. Estamos en deuda con Suecia por ser el primer país en el año 1999 de aprobar una ley reconociendo la prostitución como violencia sexual y un impedimento para que las mujeres llegaran a la igualdad. Conocido como el modelo sueco y posteriormente el modelo nórdico, aunque ahora es el modelo global, el modelo de la igualdad, el modelo abolicionista, lo que uno quiera llamarlo, la ley sigue inspirando a un número creciente de gobiernos para que adopten este marco legal como herramienta clave en los esfuerzos de impedir la trata sexual, de tratar también de la trata sexual y la demanda de la misma. En 2017, la Coalición contra la Trata de Mujeres lanzó el Partenariado Global 5.2, un grupo de varios miembros que es dedicado a garantizar que las Naciones Unidas y sus Estados miembros, en sus compromisos para alcanzar los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible, inviertan igualmente para terminar la violencia contra mujeres y niñas, particularmente la trata, la explotación sexual, la violencia sexual y el acoso sexual. Demasiados gobiernos definen ahora todas las formas de trata humana como la esclavitud moderna, un término popular que eclipsa tanto lo que tiene que ver con la trata sexual de mujeres y niñas. Lo que ocurre con las mujeres y las niñas en las manos de traficantes, proxenetas y compradores de sexo no parece, en nuestra narrativa actual cultural, allá donde vivamos, no parece como si fuera esclavitud. Y si no parece como nosotros imaginamos lo que es la esclavitud, la trata sexual, las mujeres prostituidas ya no son dignas de ser protegidas ni de recibir justicia. Estuve recientemente en Senegal, donde visité la puerta de no retorno de la isla Gorée, a partir de la cual durante 400 años los esclavistas europeos, con la ayuda de traficantes africanos, vendieron a miles y miles y miles de seres humanos a las Américas. Esto lo llamamos el paso del medio, el Middle Pass. El país donde yo viví estaba construido en genocidio, trata humana y esclavitud. De hecho, pocos americanos les gusta escuchar lo que está enterrado en nuestra historia es la violación, la violencia sexual, la prostitución y la deshumanización particular de las mujeres africanas y sus hermanas indígenas. Esto es algo que vino después de este paso medio, el Middle Passage. Las últimas semanas en las noticias se vio que 20.000 mujeres nigerianas se encontraron en Mali, simplemente ahí aparcadas al aire libre. 20.000. Hay 222 personas aquí en esta sala. Imaginen 100 salas como estas, llenas de mujeres y niñas, esperando ser enviadas a los compradores de sexo de Malasia, desde Malasia a Madrid y a cualquier lugar entre medias. Y ante estas cifras sorprendentes podemos añadir las 3 millones de mujeres prostituidas y niñas también en la India y muchas más en la trata sexual a través de Latinoamérica, el Pacífico y Europa. Y lo que tenemos es una especie de trayecto del medio, no una esclavitud tal como la dibujamos, sino un femicidio con impunidad y con indiferencia. Lo que, por lo tanto, esperamos lograr con esta conferencia es dar a cada uno de vosotros y de vuestros gobiernos respectivos un sentido de la urgencia que existe, de la responsabilidad para garantizar que las mujeres y las niñas nunca lleguen a la puerta de no retorno. Y es mi honor ahora el presentar a Su Excelencia Lars Hjalmar Wiide. Muchas gracias.
Buenos días.
Buenos días. Y god morgon en sueco. Queridos participantes en esta conferencia tan importante y delegados del Gobierno y todos los activistas, diplomáticos y burócratas que hay en la sala, el tema del que estamos hablando aquí hoy, cómo poner un fin a la trata humana y a la explotación sexual, desde luego, es tremendamente importante. Me gustaría agradecer a los organizadores y a la KTW y a la Comisión para Investigación de Malos Tratos a las Mujeres. Quisiera agradecerles muchísimo por organizar esta conferencia. Llega en un momento muy crucial en el tiempo en que estos temas se están debatiendo, no solamente en Europa, pero a nivel global también, el cómo encontrar los instrumentos adecuados que sean eficaces en la lucha contra la explotación sexual de mujeres y niñas. Y esto es una prioridad no solamente para este gobierno español, sino para muchos otros y muchas organizaciones. Y esta conferencia, por supuesto, es un ladrillo en el proceso de la creación de un ímpetu para el cambio. Este año es el 20º aniversario en Suecia de la ley que prohibía la compra de servicios sexuales, lo que se llama el modelo sueco. El comprador de servicios sexuales es el que se criminaliza, mientras que la mujer explotada va a recibir ayuda para poder escapar de la prostitución. La ley tuvo un efecto masivo para los usuarios de servicios sexuales. Ha servido como una barrera para los traficantes y los compradores para establecer un mercado para vender mujeres y niñas con objetivos sexuales en mi país. La ley también se envía una señal clara que comprar el cuerpo de otra persona para tu propio placer no es aceptable. Ha ayudado a cambiar la mentalidad de la mayor parte de los ciudadanos suecos. Hoy, muy pocos piensan que está bien comprar sexo. La ley también ha contribuido a reducir la demanda de sexo con niños, que es por lo que es una de las varias razones por que los suecos están a favor de que más países consideren la adopción de una legislación similar. La sociedad civil, las organizaciones no gubernamentales, en particular, por supuesto, el movimiento de las mujeres, han sido cruciales para impulsar esta legislación. Sin sus esfuerzos, puede que no hubiese habido tal modelo sueco. Por lo tanto, todos ustedes aquí en la sala
have helped to reach this situation where we have in Sweden and many other countries will hopefully follow. The conference we are opening today, centering women and girls in ending human trafficking and sexual exploitation, the architecture of the 5.2 Global Partnership, is a great example of the key role civil society is playing in shaping policies and attitudes in this field. The conference has 2 days of intensive discussions and work ahead of it. And looking to the conference program, you can see there are really covering a broad field in depth of this very complex issue. You have 2 days ahead of it here to work on it. And I'm convinced that many useful, constructive, and forward-looking ideas will be the outcome of the deliberations. I wish you a great success in your important work. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to bring you greetings on behalf of Val Ricci, the acting head of the OAC Office for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings. Val, indeed, he could not make it to family obligations, but nevertheless, he sends his best regards, especially in particular to the many experts and practitioners that are here today with whom he had the pleasure and the honor to work alongside in the past. I also wish to recognize Taina Bianemei for inviting the OAC to this global conference. We are delighted to take part in the program, so thank you very much and congratulations for this impressive gathering.
Thank you.
The OAC fully accept the compelling data that women and girls are disproportionately impacted by human trafficking, in particular in the context of sexual exploitation. Therefore, as proposed in the concept for this event, we look forward to debating and from moving to debate whether this is an issue, to figuring out what we are going to do about it. We are encouraged to see that many countries are engaged on the issue of violence against women and children, and on trafficking in particular. Less encouraging, though, are the trends in front of us. The recently launched UNODC Global Report on Trafficking in Person worryingly certifies that the problem is not getting any smaller. If anything, that the scale of the responses put in place are not matching the extent of it. Therefore, we need to explore a significant expansion of our current efforts by developing strategies that recognize this reality, in particular investing in prevention efforts. This is, we believe, crucial if we want to be successful at solving this issue. We also must explore new strategies. In the context of violence against women and children, through commercial sexual exploitation, for instance, one such opportunity is to address the demand for exploitative services. Nearly 20 years ago, the Article 9 of the Palermo Protocol urged states to adopt or strengthen legislative or other measures such as educational, cultural, or social measures to discourage the demand that foster all forms of exploitation of persons, especially women and children. The OSCE Action Plan to Combat Trafficking in Human Beings, already over a decade ago, echoed such provisions by reaffirming that demand for sexual exploitation is an integral factor in trafficking human beings. It urged countries of destination to take vigorous measures to address and eliminate such a demand as a key element in their strategy to effectively preventing and combating trafficking in human beings. and to exercise zero tolerance towards sexual exploitation, including by adopting or strengthening efforts to discourage the demand that foster all forms of exploitation of persons, especially of women and children. With this clear guidance in mind, we propose exploring how to substantially address this component of the problem with a view toward action. A recent report, for instance, by the Immigrant Council of Ireland persuasively argues for renewed attention to demand, as was originally called for by the Palermo Protocol and the OAC Action Plan, and puts forward a series of recommendations worthy of consideration. As the world's largest regional organization that upholds safety and security for all, the OAC in all of its components, including through the OAC Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights that is here today, is determined to aid in countering a culture of violence and exploitation and living up to the promise of equality, safety, and security. To that end, and I conclude, we are thrilled to have taken up, as of 1st of January, the co-chairmanship of ICAT, which is the UN Interagency Coordination Group Against Trafficking Persons, alongside UN Women. You'll hear more of ICAT from my friend and our co-chair, Alekia Jimenez, from UN Women in the course of this event. But for now, let me stress that for ICAT this year, for us, as a matter of a priority, we look forward to engaging grassroots networks to help reach the 2030 Development Agenda. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra ahora doña.
I give the floor to Pilar Job, Delegate of the Government Against Violence, Gender Violence. Thank you very much, dear Susanna, President of the Commission on Abuse to Women, on women with whom I have a great trajectory since many years. We have been working together in this field, in this fight against gender violence and against especially human being trafficking, both women and children, with sexual exploitation. I also would like to welcome and I would like to thank the Executive Director of the Coalition Against Women Trafficking for organizing this event, and also to thank Asunción Miura and, of course, the Swedish ambassador in Spain, the representative of the OSCE, and the Deputy Mrs. Quintanilla, who, in spite of the lights, I can see her here as well, she is very committed in the fight against this phenomenon, and women's organizations that are here present as well, and also other authorities that I have had the opportunity of greeting when I came today. At present, Spain is one of the main destinations of human trafficking, but as the United Nations said, it's also a transit country, and we know that. We know how this phenomenon is taking place in our country, and in spite of having subscribed specific agreements as from Palermo's Protocol from the United Nations 2000 and the agreement of the Council of Europe and the Warsaw in 2005, the problem keeps on growing constantly in Spain. We also should recognize that. In 2008, the Spanish government approved the first national plan against human trafficking, with sexual human trafficking, that emphasized the protection of the victim and the creation of a fund that were destined to protection and help and care of the victims of trafficking. Later on, they approved the directive in the European Union from 2011 with respect to prevention and fight against trafficking and protection of the victims, that has a more comprehensive approach in approaching this phenomenon, more based on the human rights and also in the protection of the victim, and with a gender perspective. Because we know that, according to the official data, that 80% of world trafficking is done with sexual aims, and within this percentage, more than 90% of the victims are women and girls. And Spain, apart from the United Nations, is the third country in the world ranking of the demand of prostitution. it's very difficult to achieve this. It's a crime that is very invisible still, and it's very hard as well due to the lack of systematic and homogenization of criteria. But nevertheless, the data, the penal data, criminal data tell us that during 2017, these are data from the state, was 122 issues of crimes of human trafficking, and most of them were sex trafficking. These are very scarce numbers with respect to prosecute this crime according to the real magnitude of this phenomenon. The government delegation for gender violence for this year and the coming year will commission a study, a bi-yearly study endowed with 100,000 euros for the systematization, the homogenization of the data and the indicators of human trafficking of women and children, girls, fundamentally with sexual aims. But also the government delegation for gender violence has integrated among its competencies these issues since 2011, and it's absolutely standardized already. And the main function of the delegation in this field is to drive the interinstitutional coordination and within the general administration of the state itself in this field. From the approval of the fighting plan against the sexual human trafficking, they proposed the modification of the different norms, especially in order to increase all these issues that could be studied and tried and prevent the impunity of those terrible crimes. And they also proposed the implementation of important mechanisms of coordination and cooperation in this field. Another important landmark has been the approval of the second national plan of human trafficking, women and girls with sexual aims 2015-2018, that right now is about to be elaborated, and one of the organs of involvement in this field, that is the Social Forum Against Trafficking, whose presidency corresponds to the government delegation for gender violence, is analyzing now the follow-up indicators in a working group that has been created very recently. And apart from that, they have also mentioned the state agreement against gender violence, where human trafficking plays a very important role. And they propose the legislators the drive in this issue. Let me please tell you that in this project of the budgets for 2019, they maintain 4 million euros for projects and other activities, other actions, in order to subsidize entities from the delegation side. And in 2018, these were 61 the subsidized organizations with this aim, because these organizations are those that really take care directly of the need of detection, protection, and attention and care to the victims of sex trafficking. And these actions are complemented with other projects that have these type of victims as their goal, that the European Fund of Asylum and Integration, or the funding to the autonomous communities that is made through the funds of the state agreement that are to a level of 100,000 euros in order to deal with everything that has to do with gender violence. Another relevant issue is the drive of the achieving a comprehensive law against sexual human trafficking. This is the 189 from the state agreement, and with respect to this measure, the Council of Ministers on the 23rd of November 2018 approved a report where they established some guidelines to follow when making this very important norm or rule. This project wants to give a comprehensive treatment and multidisciplinary treatment to this whole phenomenon, emphasizing mainly the victim, in order to regulate in one single rule or norm the legislation that is scattered, and improving all these mechanisms, both in issue of prevention and also in as protection and prosecution of these crimes. within the preventive aspect, from a holistic approach, there will be educational measures in the field of healthcare, the mass media, and very important aspects as well as specialized training that we know is very necessary, because for many of the professionals who work in this environment, in all the different aspects, both legal, health, educational aspects, and this phenomenon is still quite unknown for all of them. And it's especially special relevance for organizations from the civil society in this draft project of law, that we have to recognize the great effort they have been making and their constant work together with the security forces, the social services, etc. We wish from the government's delegation that this meeting will be useful to open spaces for exchanging ideas, common spaces that will allow for a better approach to this phenomenon in order to be able to make an efficient fight against this crime, these terrible crimes that are attacking the most fundamental rights of the victim in her life, physical integrity and health and freedom, sexual freedom, and that are crimes that undermine our life together, our peaceful society, and our democracy. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. We're going to hold a round-table discussion with founding members of the coalition. They come from all over the world, and we'll be talking about the so-called optional protocol, what the activity of our coalition has been, working towards the implementation of the protocol, and the new challenges, the role of states and governments, and the role of civil society. It is a round table, not really a panel, and I'll try to ask a few provocative questions for this round table. And our participants that I'll be introducing will answer. Isoe Agathisi from Nigeria and Italy, Vernice Carter from the USA, Rushira Gupta from India, Janice Raymond, USA, Nsizwi Madlada Routledge, South Africa, Teresa Ulloa Fiorriz from Mexico. They were founding members of the coalition, and they'll try to answer our questions, okay? And I'll introduce myself. My name is Susana Chiarotti from Argentina, and I'm a member of the direction of the coalition. And this is my first question. My first question has to do with signing the optional protocol. Was the coalition instrumental to approve the protocol? Can you share with the rest of us some of your thoughts and comments on becoming signatory of the protocol? Has it been truly effective? Are the governments really committed to its implementation? Or the Palermo Protocol mandate is being diluted and gradually lost? So please, a minute for each of you. Who's going to answer? Come on, please, maybe 5 minutes each. Microphone, please.
I'd like to just talk for a minute or so about the success of the protocol and a little bit about the history of it. The Palermo Protocol, the UN trafficking protocol, I think was one of our greatest victories. And what it contains, in essence, is that victims of trafficking are no longer viewed as criminals, but as victims of a crime. That there is now an accepted international definition of trafficking on which to base national legislation, that the consent of the victim is irrelevant, that the trafficking protocol provides a comprehensive means by which trafficking takes place, including not only force or coercion or abduction, but the abuse of a victim's vulnerability. That the definition of trafficking ensures that victims of trafficking will not bear the burden of proof. That it's not necessary for a victim to cross a border. And that prostitution is also domestic trafficking. That the protocol is the first UN instrument to really even mention the demand. The Palermo Protocol was a very controversial process. And it was because countries, and I'll mention them here, like the Netherlands and Germany and the United Kingdom and the United States initially, led the campaign to restrict the definition to one that was based on force. Not only were we fighting the pro-prostitution countries, but we were fighting dozens of NGOs who vastly outnumbered abolitionists. And I think that I just want us to remember this because we hear so much now about what we are not successful doing. But I think that this is also important because, as Sigma Huda once said in her special rapporteur report, not only are we talking about trafficking here, we're talking about prostitution. And for the most part, she mentioned, prostitution is actually practiced in the world does satisfy the elements of trafficking. It is rare that one finds a case in which the path to prostitution and a person's experience of prostitution do not involve, at the very least, abuse of power and abuse of vulnerability. Thank you.
Anything else from? Okay.
Can we use this?
Okay. ¿Sobre este tema, Teresa? O no? Okay.
Bueno, yo soy la directora.
I am Teresa, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean regions. And it is so sad to see the poor implementation of the protocol for our region. On the one hand, we have very high levels of impunity that we have to deal with every day, impunity for criminals, corruption by the politicians and the law enforcers. Yes, the governments are signatories, they sign all the protocols and instruments and never fulfill any. And I think it's very striking that suddenly as a surprise, I hear that talking about 30 years of the coalition would try to deal with these questions. There are so many treaties and agreements that are not fulfilled or not implemented. I tried to discuss this issue in Mexico from the view of the traditional Roman law, which is the legal system in Mexico. And you will understand it is completely different from the Anglo-Saxon law. We talk about the criminals and what words do they use for trafficking? They talk about recruitment, capture. There is a very leader Spanish working who tried to make the meeting, Yolanda Rodriguez, but still, that's why I was asking whether she was here. And Charro Carracedo, too. So the verbs transportation, capturing or luring, transportation, transfer, reception, and putting to work. The Palermo Protocol states that it must have a specific purpose, which is exploitation. But if the commercial exploitation were a crime by itself, then they would be facing the two crimes, trafficking and the means for exploitation. Trafficking as a crime would be different from the kind of exploitation which could be forced labor, forced pimping, forced begging, forced marriages, forced adoption, forced pregnancies, whatever the type may be. And all these applicable to real law enforcement to have one crime added to the other for grave penalties. In my country, kidnapping is 170 years worth of life imprisonment, you know. But for trafficking, it's only 15 years. And which people are kidnapped? Rich people, otherwise they wouldn't be kidnapped. They're kidnapped for ransom, of course, for money. But who are the victims of trafficking? In the vast majority, they're marginalized, excluded, indigenous population, poor people in a vulnerability situation with lack of opportunities, as it is in Mexico, my country, Ecuador, and many other regions in the country. So I think we need to change the way we implement the different international instruments. Makes a difference. And in this case, the Palermo Protocol should be implemented in a different way. And our own coalition should work where we demand and monitor and survey its implementation is what really can give value to an international treaty. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Venita Carter, like the mother of the survivors of the coalition, what changes have you seen in these past 30 years in the situation of the survivors and the effort of the coalition trying to strengthen the links between the bases, the survivors, the women's associations, and the governments?
I want to take it back because I got involved in this movement really in the late 80s. But in the late 90s, about 97, 98, I got involved with CATW. And so this was at a time where I'm going to say the anti-prostitution, sex trafficking movement was really being attacked hard. And I actually really did meet Janice in New York back in 1997, and I'll never forget it. Because we talk about the challenges. I want to talk about some of the challenges first. And back in 97, we were actually debating with the pro-sex workers at that time, and I'll never forget it because it was one of my first presentations, I'll say, or one of my first speeches in New York, and I was the only anti-prostitution survivor on this particular panel. And I'll never forget the things that were being said about prostitution, about being a free choice, about just all of the things people hear. It's her fault. She did this. She wanted to do it. She makes lots of money. Everything that was opposite of what I knew happened in that industry. And, I'm sorry. And everything, like I say, that I knew, they were saying everything that I knew did not happen, that many women, specifically women of color, did not experience in prostitution. And this is where I first met Janice, was at this debate. And I'll never forget the debate that went on right after my debate was really attacking CATW, what they stood for, what they believed in. And of course, Janice took the stage and she wiped it clean. I mean, she told them like it was, and I'll never forget that because this was a very challenging, I'm going to say probably 5 to 10 years, from about 97 to 2007. But the protocol that we were just talking about in the United States, really that lifted a burden off of prostituted women, because it was hard to go to court and to speak up on behalf of a woman, because she had to prove, she could not prove force. I mean, the whole, I'm going to say the gamut of prostitution is not always about force. It's about sweet talking, it's about persuading, it's about trickery and different things in order to get a woman or a girl involved in this industry. So when this protocol came around, it took some of that off, because we did not have to prove force. And the other thing was age. You remember the age. Man could no longer, because of this, say that he didn't know that he was with a 14-year-old girl. He could not say that anymore. He could not use that as his defense in court. They said it doesn't matter. She said she's 14 and that's what she is. You're going to jail for that. So these are some of the things that I seen as I came up. I remember in the mid-2000s, with Craigslist, CATW stood up for that and fought that, you know, and Backpage. All of these things were taking place. And CATW was right in the middle of a lot of that. That was powerful things that happened. And lots of times, as I'm saying, a lot of people who are anti the promotion of prostitution and trafficking took a lot of hard hits, but they stood in there. In the, what was that, the late 90s, we went to Bangladesh with Sigma Huda, and I'll never forget that. How CATW put on a big, huge conference there. If you're familiar with Bangladesh, it's a sad place for women in prostitution. I'll never forget going to what they call the forbidden area, where prostituted women work, cannot get out of there. Their children were stuck in there. They stood up in Bangladesh and said, this is not okay, this is wrong. What do we need to do here to change this? And Sigma Huda took a big hit because of this. She ended up going to prison. Now, CATW went outside of what we normally see as the political fighters, the people in the middle of all of this craziness that's going on around about us. They went, Dorchan and Janice here went to Bangladesh and spoke on her behalf. And that was a risk. They take risk for women outside of the things that we know are happening, outside of making all of these laws and protocols and standing up for, you know, demanding that there be change in this movement, in this, on this issue of sex trafficking and prostitution. They take risk with their very own lives, and went to Bangladesh and stood up for Sigma, because it was a political reason that she was in prison. She shouldn't have been there. And they stood up for her there. And I've not seen organizations do individual things for survivors and for non-survivors that are actually in the, I'm going to say, in the battle like this, actually fighting to make change. And they do that and have done that on behalf of other individuals. And to me, this is a powerful thing. So they do beyond just writing protocols and going all over the world and really empowering people to understand and to see the big picture of how the impact of prostitution and sex trafficking not only affect the survivor, but it affects every woman that is in the world. And they take stands on that, both on an individual level and you know, as a community at large. So I have it's been a privilege for me to be a part of this movement. When I first came in back in the late 80s and 90s, I really didn't know too much about this movement. I just knew what had happened to me as an individual, being used and abused in the life of sex trafficking. And it was them that helped me to understand, see, this is not about that individual. And we do have to change laws. We do have to make protocol. We do need women and we do need men that will stand up and take a stand. Because bottom line is truly that it does impact and it does affect every woman and every man. And we have to look at our world for tomorrow. What's going to happen tomorrow? Who are our young girls today that are willing to take some of the risk, the challenges that CATW, with Janice and with Taina, Dorchan, Norma, have done in the past. And so I just, like I say, there's many things that have happened and we've came a long way There's been a lot of beautiful successes because of their work in this movement. But I'll tell you, we have a long way to go. And who are our women of tomorrow going to be? Who's going to be willing to take these kind of risk and stance? So, thank you.
¿Aló? Nosiswe,
And thank you very much. Nosiswe, you have been involved in working against trafficking for many years in South Africa. Would you please tell us a little about the best advances, the best achievements, and the current challenges in South Africa? What is the current situation? What changes can you see in these past 30 years, please?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to start off by saying that it takes a group of committed activists to change the world. I therefore salute CATW for the amazing work they've done and they continue to do for women. And I should say we, because we proudly sit here at this table as the board of CATW. And I want to mention that South Africa is a beneficiary of the hard work that CATW did in having this protocol passed by the United Nations. As you know, South Africa recently, I say recently because 20 years is not such a long time, come out of repression, come out of self-isolation. So we enter a global environment where many of the laws are already written, and we try to change the architecture of these laws in the world, and it's not easy. So it helps us in South Africa and as feminists from Africa to have good international laws that we can use, on the basis of which we can shape our own local laws. So the protocol for us in South Africa, as we were preparing to adopt our law against trafficking, which is also very recent, our Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons law came into effect on the 9th of August 2015, and that's only 3 years ago. But we benefited from having the protocol. Particularly, I would mention the definition of human trafficking, which, as you've already heard, includes the exploitation of the prostitution of others. And this, for us, was very important as we were writing our law against trafficking. What also was very important for us was that it talks very clearly under the definition, Article 3, about the abuse of power and the vulnerability which leads to a person being trafficked. And the issue about consent, that consent is irrelevant, is very important for us, because when it comes to prostitution, those who support prostitution and call it sex work say that this is a choice that people make. But if you come to a continent like ours, you come to a country like South Africa, where there is huge income inequality, you ask yourself, is a woman who stands in the street in the middle of the night, exposing herself to extreme danger, and many of these women don't come back, don't come home, would this person be making a choice?
Yes.
So this becomes very important to us when we use the definition, and it was CATW that made sure that the definition actually did unpack this whole area of consent. But then in terms of challenges, I want to say that when the draft bill came to Parliament and our parliamentarians were debating it, I think because the parliamentarians were rather ignorant, and I say this, having been a member of Parliament myself for 15 years, members of Parliament are not specialists. They want to think they know everything about anything. So it actually helps to have organizations like CATW or Embrace Dignity or any other organization that comes and diplomatically educates their parliamentarians. And that is what we're busy doing right now in South Africa. We're going to our parliament, we're talking to our members of parliament, we take survivors with us because the voice of the survivors is very important. But as in South Africa, as they were debating this law on trafficking, the kind of issues, the kind of questions that members of parliament were asking, where is the money going to come from? We must move quickly. South Africa is going to host the World Cup. Is this law going to be ready by the time the World Cup comes? Now, the law is introduced in 2009. They expect that in 2010, the law will be ready. As you already know from what I've told you, the law only came into effect in 2015. But there was a very strong sex work lobby in that parliament, taking members of parliament aside. And some of these members of parliament, as you know, buy sex. So they were there themselves confused, but also not wanting to upset the sex trade. And I want to thank Ruchira Gupta. I must mention her here sitting next to me. And Janice, thanks so much for that wonderful introduction, because we invited Ruchira to South Africa at this time to come and stand with us and help and hold our hand, because she'd come from up in India and had a lot of experience and knowledge about this. So she joined us in our parliament, and our parliamentarians were excited to see somebody from India. And of course, she was there to reinforce what we were saying. So the work must continue. The CATW must live another 30 years and more, because the work, in fact, must continue.
Yes.
Hola. Quiero dar la bienvenida a Aurora Jabate de Dios.
I'd like to welcome Aurora Jabate de Dios. She just made it here. Another member of our coalition, the current chairperson, and she comes from the Philippines. Welcome, Aurora. And now I have a question for Ruchira Gupta. I think you have the CV and the resume of the founding members of the coalition, so Google it to listen. So, what's the situation in India now, Ruchira? Future challenges, what we need to do in the future, little girls, young women that you're working with?
So, namaste. I'm so happy to be part of the CATW board and to celebrate its 30th anniversary with people who I've admired and looked up to for so long. Janice Raymond, Oi has just arrived from Philippines, Esohe, Vendita, Teresa, Nozidzwe. These are feminists whose solidarity has meant a lot in our movement as we have worked to define prostitution as a form of violence against women. And it's been a long struggle. The optional protocol as part of the UN protocol has been a milestone, because what it has done is shifted the blame away from the victim to the perpetrator by defining prostitution as a form of sex trafficking. In India, just as what Nozizwe said, the two things which mattered the most to us in the protocol was, of course, addressing the demand to human trafficking, which is looking at the sex buyer and the traffickers as the perpetrators, but also the idea that the choice that a woman makes under adverse circumstances is irrelevant, and she would still be treated as a victim of trafficking is huge in a country where inequality is rampant, where there is the inequality between the rich and the poor, between men and women, between different castes, different religions, many marginalized and minority groups where people live for less than 10 rupees a day, which is less than 10 cents a day, sometimes just eat an egg a day. And not even that, possibly. It is the epicenter of human trafficking in the world, South Asia. It houses 1/6 of the world's humanity. And it is also, according to Thomson Reuters reports, 16 million women and children are trapped in prostitution as I speak today. So the numbers are going up. The ages are coming down in India of those who are trafficked. The average age of a girl being put into prostitution in India is between 9 and 13. And when I began work about 20 years ago, people would say nothing can be done about it. Prostitution is as old as the hills, and men will be men. Thanks to the optional protocol and the work of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, today everyone uses the term trafficking when I speak to anybody in India, and we have managed to get it into policy documents and election manifestos that trafficking is an urgent problem which needs to be addressed. Legally, the situation is much more confusing. We had an old colonial law in India. India was under British colonialism for a long time, and only 70 years ago we gained our independence. Under colonial law, the law was basically to punish women for soliciting in a public place, and it did not define trafficking, and there was no punishment of the sex buyer. And this was the law which was used again and again by the police to arrest women. After the bus rape in India, which many of you had read about, we were able to, as Apne Aap Women Worldwide, my NGO, which works with survivors of prostitution across India, to march on the streets and say that prostitution is commercial rape, it's rape for profit, and the sex buyers and traffickers need to be punished as such. We mentioned the Swedish law at that time and the UN protocol, and we were able to convince Parliament and get a law which at least punished traffickers and remove the idea of choice or consent of a victim of human trafficking to her own exploitation as making her culpable to the crime. We also managed to put in the abuse of a position of vulnerability into law at that time. But at the same time, our challenge was the money which was coming in from the big foundations into India, which were challenging the very laws that we were creating on behalf of the most marginalized girls, the most destitute girls, who needed the protection of the law and who needed investment in reducing the inequality. And this challenge was coming from the HIV/AIDS lobby, and which was being funded by the big global foundations like the Gates Foundation and Open Societies Institute, who was saying that basically going back to our old colonial law in which women had to be made sexually available for sex buyers, all they had to do was make sure that they were disease-free women. And so the new policies which were being written up while the laws were different was that women would be, the brothel owners and the pimps would be unionized, and condoms would be distributed in the red light districts, and pimps and brothel keepers would not be arrested come what may, even if a 14-year-old girl was being raped. And if a social worker from Apne Aap would go to the police station and say that such and such girl is being held in such and such brothel and she needs to be rescued or her perpetrator needs to be punished, we would simply be told this is NGO rivalry because that other NGO, which is being led by pimps, is being funded by the Gates Foundation or has some connection to the Soros Foundation. So this became a very big challenge for us to change the mindset, because somehow the word sex work crept into our lexicon for this kind of absolute sexual exploitation of the most destitute girls. And people began to ignore their absence of choices and start talking about the fact that, oh, they've said yes to their exploitation. And we had to take the help of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, and there was sister after sister who would come to India and hold conferences, speak to people to make them aware about what exploitation really looked like and what prostituted women went through. Rachel Moran, who's somewhere in the audience from Space International, has come a few times, as have people from the CATW. Melissa Farley may be sitting here. Jean Enriquez has come. So we managed to get support and show there was a global movement and what was going on really in the life of a prostituted women, because many of the women in the brothels of Calcutta and Bombay did not have a voice at that time. Today's challenge has been that we've managed to get the Gates program out of India, and the Gates people have course corrected. But the challenge is that this $500 million program has created so many consultants and a web of people who have begun to think that, choice is something which destitute people can make. And the fact that if they are consenting to remain in prostitution, this is what they want to do. And we are unable to change this mindset. And today, in today's government, what's happening is they have just introduced a bill in Parliament, which is up in our Parliament for voting right now, in which they've even left out sexual exploitation from the definition of human trafficking. It is only labor trafficking or trafficking for marriage and other forms of trafficking. So we have a new challenge, and we are worried because there's also impunity for rapes. Recently, there have been a spate of rapes in India. And there's a misogynistic culture which is being promoted by a very right-wing fascist government in India right now. So the rights of women and girls are the first things to be abandoned. And our struggle will continue. And thanks to the solidarity of CATW, we hope that we will still again get our voices heard.
Muchas gracias, Ruchira. Me gustaría preguntarle a...
I would like to ask one of our colleagues, she has been working about, sorry, please, would like to listen to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to be here and to see such a large number of people. When I joined the coalition, that was sometime in the early 2000s, with Janice and Dorchin and Malka, who did not come. She was supposed to have been here. And to be honest, I found myself being dropped into this issue by chance in Italy, where I went for my postgraduate studies and found that lots of Nigerian women were being trafficked, as they are still being trafficked, into sexual exploitation in Italy. And coming to know about the coalition was really something that helped me a lot when I set up my organization, Iroko, in Turin, and also helped to join that group of various NGOs working in Italy and now also in Nigeria to contrast the question of trafficking and also to draw attention to the fact that there can be no choice. Nobody chooses harm. The question of prostitution as harm that we are trying to make people to understand, but of course, we are struggling against the question of privileges, the privileges that men have to have access to women's bodies, and that is being protected so strongly by these funds because they have much more funds than we have, but in spite of that, we are still able to have our voices heard. Now, the situation in Italy has been that because it is in Western Europe, because of the need to work together with other European governments, there's been some progress. There's been some progress in the sense that we are here talking about the protocol. We are able to bring forward the question of trafficking and prostitution and to show that there is really no difference between the two. There's no difference between prostitution and trafficking, even though people try to make that difference. Why is there no difference? Because prostitution is the demand for sexual services, and the demand for sexual services is one of those major factors that pulls trafficking. I say this as someone who's worked for almost 20 years with victims of trafficking, and you see that the demand, even when you talk about other kinds of trafficking, within other kinds of trafficking, you still find the sexual exploitation of principally women and girls, because they are the ones who are mainly exploited. With this, I'm not saying that men are not also exploited, but the greater majority, we are talking of over 90% of those who are exploited sexually, even in other areas of trafficking, are women and girls. And there's a need to recognize this. Now, there's been a recognition in Italy of and Italy has signed and ratified the Palermo Protocol. And so the question, for instance, of vulnerability, when you talk of Nigerian women who are trafficked into Europe and sexually exploited, are subjected to something like juju. And at the beginning, there was this kind of attitude of, but how can someone believe in that kind of thing? How can they believe that taking parts of their body would make them subject to others? But because of the protocol, they've been able to recognize that that is vulnerability. The fact that they believe that, you have to look at what they believe, not what you think they should believe. So that has been a very strong instrument to bring that forward within the legal systems and the way that the police and other operators have looked at the question of trafficking of Nigerian women. In a country like Nigeria, where I also work, the situation unhappily is that though the country has recognized the protocol and has signed it, but there is still a long way to go in bringing it into effect, in the sense that we also inherited the British law on prostitution, where it is the women who are punished. Those who buy are not punished. It's as if they do not exist. And that has always been the situation worldwide, where in this relationship of the buying and selling of sex, it is those who sell that have always been targeted and punished for what is considered a social thing, while those who buy, who are actually those who have the power, because they have the economic power, they are not punished. They are not even looked at all. So the question of shifting the discourse is extremely important, shifting the discourse from those who sell, who are the weaker end, to those who buy, who are the stronger end. And that is where the Swedish law came in a very, very powerful and strong way to underline this hypocrisy, because that's what it is, to see that those who sell are the ones who are punished. So we are trying to work on that, and we are trying to use this as a tool. And in Italy right now, we are working with various organizations. We are working with some of our partners, strong survival leaders like Rachel Moran, and also other partners, also other of our colleagues who come to us to help to make it clear about the harm of prostitution, about the need to ensure that trafficking and prostitution are not separated because they are two sides of the same coin, and about the need to ensure that girls and women are protected. In Nigeria, unhappily, women continue to be punished for selling sex. The question of men still remains uncovered. And these are the challenges that we need to continue to face. And we're going to continue working. The struggle continues. Thank you.
Gracias, Jesús.
Thank you. I would like to ask the president of the coalition, Aurora Jabate de Dios, how she sees the situation since the coalition was created until now. What changes have you seen? How do you see the current situation? Has any progress been made, and what are the challenges for the future?
Differences between the foundation of the coalition, the time when the coalition was founded, and now, what are the challenges, and what are the main obstacles that you are seeing now, but also the advances?
Thank you so much. I thought I would not make it this morning. I was stuck in the airport for a couple of hours. But thank you all for coming, and I'm so happy that Madrid is again hosting this kind of conference. We've been through Choni, held several of our conferences here in the past. I guess looking back at the 30 years of the coalition, I can really proudly say that the movement against prostitution, sexual exploitation, and trafficking has really progressed by leaps and bounds. But that is not to say that we can speak only of the positive gains. In fact, the 30 years was also marked by so many challenges. And the first one, I think that we need to pay attention to is, how does the women's movement regard the issue of prostitution? When we first heard about this issue in 1988, we were only in the Philippines concerned with the military bases and military prostitution. We did not think of prostitution as a system-wide core issue of the feminist movement. But having engaged with the discussions with our survivors, we realized that this is not just one of the issues of women. It is the core issue of feminism. It's a core issue of feminism because if prostitution remains and all other forms of violence is addressed by all the women's groups but leave out prostitution as if it were not there, then I think we would have failed as a feminist movement. So the first thing that we did was, of course, to discuss it among ourselves, to understand its root causes, to see in what way we can we can analyze the issue as being part of the whole structural as well as ideological problem of patriarchy. Is that we began to engage our women in prostitution and ask them what their experiences were in prostitution. And I can tell you that's horrible stories of brutalization. The second thing that we did was we conducted a research in the bases area in the Philippines at that time. And again, we saw that this was not just another problem, but it's a systematic problem that is endorsed, that is reinforced by the military system as well as the political system in every country in the world today. Of course, then we did not have the challenge of a pro-sex lobby. After the coalition, I guess, was negotiating the Palermo Protocol, we have seen that the sex industry was not going to sit down and just do nothing. In fact, they mounted a vigorous campaign against our own position against prostitution. And soon after the Palermo Protocol, a new coalition was born, and that is the Global Alliance Against Trafficking, which is a movement, an organization that's based in Thailand to, in fact, undermine our position in Asia. And I have to tell you about how they would often try to disrupt and undermine the work of the coalition by holding their meetings at the same time that we were having in the same hotel in the same day. So they were really trying to disrupt what we were doing. The second is in the arena of public discourse and alliance building. I think that every conference on HIV, on migration, as well as on movement building in regional organizations like the ASEAN, like SARC, there is always an aggressive campaign and a lobby to have the pro-sex language adopted. And we have had to face all these kinds of conferences and be present and vigorously dispute this claim by the pro-sex lobby. They're quite influential. They have publications. They have alliances with feminist groups and famous feminist personalities. Yeah, okay. And I think that it's about time that we also expose these feminist leaders for what they stand for. They stand for prostitution, the selling of women's bodies, and they call that choice. And I think that we need to we cannot be, admiring and putting these feminist leaders as the leaders of the women's movement if they continue to harm women, if they continue to encourage the selling of girls and the exploitation of women. And of course, another challenge that I see is the mainstreaming of prostitution issues in other social movements. We have seen how in the humanitarian work, for instance, health workers, human rights groups have treated prostitution as if it were not part of human rights. Many of the organizations that I've seen by women talk about human rights on one hand, and then by women the next day. This has happened in Oxfam. This has happened in many, many humanitarian organizations that is now only being exposed because of the work of the coalition. So I think we have no excuse, and we must not make any excuse for any social movement that claims to defend human rights, that claims to advance humanity, if they practice, the selling, the buying, and the selling of women and girls. I think this is a truly big contradiction that we must constantly expose. That you cannot be the center, like Geneva, of human rights, and on the other hand, sell women, and have all these forms of selling of women. So I think for us, the Palermo Protocol clarified that trafficking and prostitution are interrelated. They are never separate, although everyone in the pro-sex lobby said they are separate. They are not separate. And second, that this is something that we have to constantly struggle for, because I think the pro-sex lobby is too profitable. It's too integrated in businesses. It's too much endorsed by our governments, that we constantly have to engage them in debate, dispute their claims, and show that the only road to gender equality is to eliminate prostitution and sexual exploitation.
Gracias, Aurora. Y ahora para...
Thank you, Aurora. And now, in order to close this first panel, where we are working on the issue of the invisible crime that everybody sees, but we don't want to see it, I would like to ask you, so that each one can answer just within 1 minute, if you had a magic wand, how would you use it in order to put an end to sexual trafficking and prostitution?
If you have a magic wand.
A magic wand. How would you use it to put an end to sex trafficking and prostitution?
Consensual sex from our vocabulary, and talk about welcome sex, where both people participate and enjoy the pleasures of sex, rather than one person humiliating the other and feeling sexually powerful.
Great. You, please.
I would get men to say buying a woman for sex is not cool.
I would ensure that global resources are divided in a more equitable manner, so that women and girls do not see the need anymore to fall victims, or do not fall victims because of their vulnerability to this kind of exploitation.
I would help in any way the survivor movement, because I feel that what has really given us our strength over the last 30 years, and increasingly as we've gone along, is the presence of survivors in our movement.
Well, if I had a magic wand, wow, I would. I think I would use that magic wand to make everybody, the whole human race, understand what violence really is, and see this whole issue in a different light, and understand that violence should not exist in any way. They would just think right, think differently about violence. Therefore, every woman, every man, every boy, every girl would be free of violence, period. It wouldn't be a part of our society.
First of all, if I had a magic wand, I would like to thank 3 women who have been key for me to be here already for 20 years, fighting from this very difficult trench. The first one, Soyis, Aurora Jabate de Dios, our president, that has taught me so much. You have heard of her already. The next one, Dorchen Leidholt and Janice Raymond, who have been key women in our way. If I would like to fill them with recognition and with a path filled with flowers. But mainly, I would use my magic wand in order to end with patriarchy, because putting an end to this, we could also end women's exploitation and those academicians and non-academicians who defend the interests of the procs of the procuring lobby.
I will propose two things. One might be a little bit hard to achieve, but I think it's doable. The other one is, of course, doable. The first one is I would like all government officials at the national level, at the regional level, and especially at the UN level, to take, an oath, and for us to require them to have this credential, that they do not engage in prostitution or buy women and boys. That should be a requirement for public service. The second is, of course, that all our educational system must start with, educating our young girls and boys across for the respect for each other, for the respect for the bodily integrity of young boys and girls, and for women and men.
I would like, first I will tell you that we now have a break in order to have some coffee, but then at the back of the yes, going out from the room to the left. And now I would like to give a round of applause to these founders and fighters for so many years who are chairing this coalition.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second panel of the day. Welcome to our distinguished panelists. Each of you is going to have about 5 to 8 minutes. So we are going to have a question and answer session afterwards. And I'm not going into the bios of each of our panelists because I think you have that in your package. So I'm going to, without further delay, I'm going to start immediately by calling on our first panelist to speak, Grégoire from France, who's going to, last week you celebrated a tremendous success in France. That's the constitutional challenge to the 2016 French law on prostitution was happily defeated. Could you give us a brief overview of that journey and its impact on France? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Zoe. Thank you to Taina, to Asuncion, to CITW, and to the Commission. For it's a real pleasure and also honor to be associated to this event, to the 30th anniversary of CITW, and also to your 5.2 partnership initiative. The SDGs 5.2, 8.7, and 16.2 aim at eradicating trafficking in human beings, including trafficking for sexual exploitation. And eradicating one of the most lucrative forms of organized crime in the world is a very ambitious objective, which requires, to me, a radical change of paradigm. Don't get me wrong, not a radical change of paradigm on our side, but on the international community side. 20 years after the adoption of a new anti-trafficking framework, the international community has so far failed to deliver the expected quantitative and tangible results in the fight against trafficking for sexual exploitation. The number of victims is extremely high, higher than ever, more than 25 million victims, among them a majority of women and girls, and among them the most vulnerable, migrant, refugees, victims of prior violence, IDPs, etc. And however, the number of identified and thus protected victims remains marginal. When it comes to the EU, less than 3% of victims of trafficking are identified and thus protected. The number of prosecutions remains extremely low. According to the US State Department, only 9,000 prosecutions globally every year. And the profits generated by this trafficking for sexual exploitation is extraordinarily high, 66 billion USDs a year, and the totality of this profit is made in one market, prostitution, 66 billion USDs a year. So this lack of quantitative results requires the international community to be much more pragmatic. And the most pragmatic and efficient way to decrease trafficking for sexual exploitation is for states to adopt legislations on prostitution and its exploitation. On last Friday, indeed, the French Supreme Court has confirmed the constitutionality of the French 2016 Act aimed at criminalizing the purchase but not the selling of sex, and at creating a nationwide protection, assistance, and exit policy. In its decision, the Supreme Court states that trafficking for sexual exploitation and pimping are made possible by the existence of a demand for paid sex, and thus that the legislator has legitimately and accurately prohibited the purchase of sex in order to prevent these crimes and in order to protect the inalienable dignity of the human person. In 2014, the European Parliament and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe had come to the same conclusion in two reports and resolutions. The Nordic model is the most efficient, pragmatic way to decrease trafficking in human beings for sexual exploitation. And if we stay at the EU level, it's not a coincidence if prostitution and trafficking in human beings are 10 times higher in Germany than in France, 20 times higher in the Netherlands than in Sweden. It is thus sad to note that this most pragmatic and efficient model was, as Janice Raymond reminded us this morning, and remains so divisive among states parties. So divisive that it has been deliberately excluded from the anti-trafficking framework. How many of us have faced those situations where at the EU level, at the UN level, in many international meetings, we are simply asked not to raise, even to pronounce the word prostitution and to raise the issue of the national legislations on prostitution because the meeting is on trafficking. Several actors, including UN agencies, hide themselves behind the interpretative notes of the Palermo Protocol, which states that the protocol is without prejudice on how states parties address prostitution in their respective legislation. But they are wrong. Those actors are wrong. Because the international human rights law provides us with all the legal foundations we need to support and adopt abolitionist legislation on the destination of the trafficking crime, identified by Palermo as the destination. First of all, the Palermo Protocol does not define nor prohibit per se the exploitation of prostitution, but it rightfully identifies the exploitation of prostitution as the purpose and destination of the crime. It also, for the first time, and as it was reminded this morning, for the first time identifies and targets the driving factor of the crime, which is the demand for paid sex. Then the CEDAW Convention, in its Article 6, is more precise and calls on states to eliminate the exploitation of prostitution of women. 189 states parties in this world have a binding obligation to eliminate the exploitation of prostitution in women. Then the question is, what does the exploitation of prostitution mean? And here again, another universal human rights instrument dedicated specifically to the exploitation of prostitution gives content to the state's obligation to eliminate the exploitation of prostitution. This is the 1949 Convention. A minority of states and actors still claim that the term exploitation of prostitution would not mean making profit of someone else's prostitution, and thus does not include pimping and procuring, for example, but would instead mean coercing someone to prostitution. Again, in legal terms, those actors are wrong, because the 1949 Convention explicitly prohibits the exploitation of another person, even with the consent of that person. So the term exploitation of prostitution cannot mean forcing someone to prostitution, but does indeed mean making profit of someone else's prostitution. And thus states like Germany and the Netherlands are violating their international obligations under CEDAW, interpreted with the 1949 Convention, under the Palermo Protocol as well, because they don't effectively tackle the demand for sex when they have legalized pimping and procuring. So as a conclusion, we will celebrate this year the 40th anniversary of the CEDAW Convention and its Article 6, the 70th anniversary of the 1949 Convention, but also the 20th anniversary of the Swedish legislation and the 30th anniversary of CATW. So we should use this momentum to remind the international community that trafficking for sexual exploitation will never be eradicated if states and the international community do not tackle the rightfully identified destination and purpose of the crime. Over the last 20 years, we've worked a lot in the definition of the Palermo Protocol on the actions and the means. But the international community has not worked so much on the destination of the crime and the way those destination markets have to be addressed. So we should remind the states that we need to tackle the destination and purpose of the crime if we want effectively to only start decreasing and one day eliminating trafficking. And we should also remind the international community that the international human rights law today provides us with all the necessary legal foundations to support the adoption of these legislations. We should also remind all UN agencies that the UN system, through its UN Secretary General, formally recognizes the purchase of sex as a sexual abuse. It's as simple as that. The UNSG Special Bulletin of 2003 prohibits the exchange of goods, money, services for sex. Why? Because the UNSG identifies the purchase of sex as a sexual abuse. So with all those foundations and investing this 5.2 global partnership, I'm confident that we will progress even more in the next 10 years because we have only 10 years left to eradicate trafficking for sexual exploitation. Thank you again for associating us to the event.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech, Gregoire. And now I'm going to turn to Tatiana from the OSCE, and she's going to give us, she will talk about the importance of the OSCE and ODIHR's role, and please just help me to tell them what is OSCE, because sometimes people don't seem to recognize that what happens at the international levels when you have policies being taken at the UN or OSCE level, it affects us in our everyday life. We need to recognize that and to hold our governments, accountable for what they should. So please tell us about the importance of OSCE ODIHR's role, current and future, and in combating human trafficking, especially as relates to trafficking in women. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. But before I tell you about the OSCE, I want to tell you a little bit about all the many years I've spent with CATW and the inspiration they have been to me personally. First, I want to congratulate CATW on 30 years of playing a pivotal role in combating trafficking of women and girls, and my personal admiration for their unwavering commitment since my Columbia days, which were Columbia University days anyway, and it's been quite some time now. In fact, I'm sitting here today because their work inspired me to join the fight, to work towards a world where women and girls can't be sold, deprived of dignity, and their pain dismissed as business. Many of the people you've heard speak today are not only true trailblazers in the anti-trafficking movement, but have been at the forefront of fighting for the rights of women and girls for decades. For those who may not be as familiar with OSCE, composed of 57 participating states and 11 partners for cooperation, it is the largest regional security organization in the world. The OSCE has a comprehensive approach in tackling human trafficking and sexual exploitation, and many commitments to which all the 57 participating states have signed on to, and addressing trafficking in human beings. Human trafficking affects virtually every part of the world as countries of origin, transit, or destination. This global and profitable crime is an affront to human dignity and a violation of the rule of law. The OSCE addresses human trafficking through the lens of human rights and rule of law, discrimination and inequality, economic, labor, and migration policies. OSCE ODIHR recognizes that women are disproportionately affected by human trafficking due in part to persistent gender inequality and discrimination, as well as entrenchment of gender stereotypes. In 2015, the General Assembly adopted Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, a bold initiative that builds on the Millennium Development Goals and complete with what they did not achieve to end poverty and to realize the human rights of all. Achieving gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls is included in those commitments. SDG Target 5.2 calls on governments to eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. Governments must invest in the implementation of SDG Target 5.2 as an instrument for the advancement and empowerment of women and girls. Sexual and gender-based violence and violence against women and girls are extreme forms of discrimination that violate a number of human rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right to freedom from torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. These types of violent acts threaten the health, dignity, security, and autonomy of the victims, but remain largely ignored. OSCE is determined to mobilize the means required to implement all anti-trafficking related SDG targets, namely 5.2, 8.7, and 16.2. Recognizing, however, that fewer investments currently exist in combating violence and discrimination against women and girls, we are committed to collaborate with OSCE participating states and partner with civil society to ensure that the poorest and most marginalized women and girls who are vulnerable to trafficking and sexual exploitation are not forgotten. We must strengthen the capacity of national and local authorities, as well as civil society organizations, in preventing and fighting the trafficking in women and girls, strengthening prosecution and assisting victims and then survivors. OSCE efforts to prevent and combat sexual and gender-based violence focus on strengthening legal and policy frameworks for preventing and combating violence against women, including domestic violence, building the capacity of law enforcement and judicial authorities to address the issue, and through its work on the update of the National Referral Mechanism Handbook, which I'm currently working on. And the National Referral Mechanism Handbook will ensure a strong gender perspective in all anti-trafficking national frameworks. And a number, actually, of those that are consulting in the work for the National Referral Mechanism Handbook update are here, present with us today. One of the focuses of ODIHR's work in 2018 was to address gender dynamics of trafficking in human beings. ODIHR co-organized the Commission on the Status of Women's 62 side event at Me Too Say Survivors, Human Rights, Gender, and Trafficking in Human Beings in partnership with UN Women, Coalition Against Trafficking in Women, UNODC, and Equality Now. OSCE has also organized a number of events specifically focused on addressing gender dynamics of trafficking in human beings. Last year, Rachel Moran, who is here, was the keynote speaker during the OSCE Human Dimension Implementation meeting, which evaluates the commitments and the fulfillment of those commitments by the OSCE participating states on combating gender-based violence and trafficking in human beings. Taina Bienami did the same the year before in 2017. While there's internationally a strong commitment to address the demand for goods produced by trafficked and exploited labor, the same commitment is lacking to address demand for trafficking for sexual exploitation, which overwhelmingly impacts women and girls. This is a conversation that needs to happen and happen every single time we talk about trafficking in human beings or trafficking in women and girls. The question is not only why, but how do we together ensure the change by 2030? I would strongly encourage all of you, and I know all of you here, to look at the Nordic model or the equality model as the approach. And we need to do so with the OSCE participating states. We have 57 plus 11, so 66 there, because we not only want to significantly decrease trafficking in women and girls, but also change attitudes of men and boys towards women and girls, where women and girls are no longer seen as commodities for purchase and violence, but human beings equal to men. This is what we want to achieve all across the OSCE, but globally as well. OSCE is fully committed to the 5.2 Global Partnership Objectives. We look forward to contributing to the process of creating a safe, dignified, and violence-free world for women and girls together with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tatiana, for that. Now, our next speaker is Autumn, a strong survival leader. You have spoken a number of times at the UN. As a survival leader, what are your thoughts about the importance of survivor voices within the UN systems? Who is listening or who should be listening? And what do survivor experiences bring to decision-making tables nationally and internationally?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first, I just want to back up for a second, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak to such a valued audience and alongside such esteemed panelists and our moderators. So thank you for that. And most importantly, I want to really thank the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women for their 30-year anniversary and congratulate them. And the reason for that is because that is an organization that values me as a survivor leader, that really does incorporate in a meaningful way survivor leadership into the dialogue around prostitution. So I really want to give Cat W a hand and all of you for being here. Thank you. So I think what's important here, to answer the question, I had a whole speech written, which I very rarely look at. But anyway, in terms of survivor leadership globally and regionally and nationally, I think, we've built this survivor leader community really from the bottom up alongside our allies. And I think that that's how culture has changed. It's changed from the bottom up. It's changed with those that are most marginalized and affected around systems of prostitution, the sex trade, sex trafficking, however you want to term it. But I would really encourage the United Nations and other governments and NGOs to listen to the majority of the exited survivor voices who know that prostitution, the stripping industry, and all of those types of systems are inherently harmful, violent, and often deadly to exploited women and girls largely, and also the most exploited, which are women of color. And I think that dialogue is not brought up enough, that a lot of women of color are exploited here, and I want to personally see more women of color sitting in the same spot that I'm sitting at now. Do I still have the 5 minutes, or how would you like to proceed? Go ahead. Okay, thank you. So my activism started over 20 years ago, and it started with a woman named the late Norma Hotaling of Sage Project in San Francisco. And I got my healing there. She was my boss, she was my mentor, and all those things. But what I think I got most importantly was a political education. Because very early on, I was able to get involved in the political part. And I believe that for me, my healing comes from my activism. And so the goal really would be to bring others up who want to participate in that. Some of the things that I studied, because I did go back to school, have to do with how global communities and national and regional communities, governments in particular, and including the United Nations, are really taking a look at prostitution and how we are not using the term prostitution enough within our dialogue. And to be clear, prostitution itself is a violation of human rights. And I think what's most important here is that the inconsistencies about how we talk about this at the UN level and globally and nationally in the US and in other countries is, as survivors and as allies, thank you, is that it hinders any type of gender equality if we don't talk about prostitution and use those terms. So what I see happening, and what I know many of you in the audience will also see, is that prostitution comes not from choice, but from a myriad of vulnerabilities on a personal level, but it also stems from systematic failures and structural inequalities within our societies that plays out in different jurisdictions in different ways. But the bottom line is this: when we fail to recognize prostitution as a form of sexual exploitation and violence, again, a violation of human rights, the very basic human rights, then we diminish gender equality, reinforce male domination, and in fact, promote sex trafficking. So one of the things I always like to talk about, and I'm going to wrap this up pretty quickly because I want to hear more questions and things. So the Palermo Protocol clearly asks for parties that sign on to discourage the demand for paid sex. It's very clear. It also goes on to define what trafficking in persons shall mean as abuse of power or a position of vulnerability, or of giving or receiving payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over the other person for the purpose of exploitation, and on and on and on. To me, this definition, when we unpack it, recognizes the vulnerabilities of exploited, but it also deems that that money does not equal consent, and nothing could be more true as prostitution plays out in our jurisdictions. So I would like for all people to take a good look at that. So sort of in closing, if you will, the intersections between prostitution and sex trafficking must utilize appropriate terminology. I'm just going to say it and be really clear. There's no such thing as sex work. We call that prostitution. We must, at whatever level, implement anti-demand policies and make sure that they are implemented. And in closing, the abolitionist, equality, Nordic model are all in alignment with these international protocols. So please remember, as you go back to your countries and your desk and we start to think about that there's not always a trafficker, but there's always a sex buyer. So let's reduce that demand for paid sex. Thank you.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, I'm trying to rush things a little, I think, so we'll have enough time to really discuss issues. Talking again about international organizations and in the impact on us every day, I'll now call on Dalia to talk about the CEDAW committee. Since the CEDAW committee is now in the process of drafting a general recommendation on Article 6, it will be very helpful for you to explain to us why Article 6 is so important in combating trafficking and sexual exploitation, including the exploitation of prostitution, and how linkages with other UN goals, such as the SDGs and instruments, should link for the effective functioning of the UN systems, including treaty bodies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will try to explain why CEDAW committee decided to launch a new general recommendation on on trafficking in women and girls in the context of global migration. That is precisely because CEDAW's Convention Article 6, it's not enough, meaning it's very succinct and it's not enough to address fully trafficking as a crime and violation of human rights. So I will repeat again that trafficking is an organized, gendered crime. Of all trafficked victims, around 80% are women and girls. And trafficking is one of the major forms of violence against women, next to domestic violence, and also it is a discrimination against women. Thus, trafficking in women can be and should be defined as a crime and human rights issues. So the question naturally arises how United Nations Human Rights Treaty bodies addresses this crime and human rights issues. So mostly this is, of course, CEDAW's, as it was mentioned, Article 6, and which states that states parties shall take all appropriate measures, including legislation, to suppress all forms of trafficking in women and exploitation of prostitution of women. And this article is very short. And under this framework of this article, during dialogues with the governments, usually CEDAW's experts address identification of victims, root causes of trafficking, assistance to victims, and remedies. Then we have general recommendation on violence against women that was adopted in 1992. And more or less trafficking, again, it is defined as a form of violence and human rights issue. But what is a little bit worrying is that General Recommendation 35 that was adopted in 2017 on gender-based violence against women only in few sentences talks about trafficking in women and girls, and the working group on this GR 35 actually didn't agree to my proposal to define prostitution as a violence of against women. So it's it was a little bit disappointing, to say the least. So then we have SDGs target 5.2 that states that governments should eliminate all forms of violence against all women and girls in public and private spheres, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. But the problem is that right now we do not have a mechanism that would force the governments to be accountable to eradicate all forms of trafficking, including trafficking for sexual purposes. There is no such mechanism. So here comes the importance of new general recommendation of CEDAW, where that working group that is responsible to draft this general recommendation, we are trying to include the framework that trafficking would be very clearly recognized as a form, and prostitution would be recognized as a form of violence, and that trafficking and actually prostitution would be addressed under all articles of CEDAW Convention, not only under Article 6. And the importance of this idea, of this decision, is that then when governments would arrive to Geneva to report on CEDAW Convention, then they would be forced to answer questions like this. For example, under Article 5 of CEDAW Convention, which talks about violence against women. And right now, we're mostly talking only about domestic violence, mostly. Then experts would be able to raise questions like this. That would define that prostitution is a form of violence and ask for the government what is done in your respective country that this form of violence would be eradicated or reduced. Or, for example, under Article 6, CEDAW experts would be able to address demand side for prostitution and would ask, for example, that respective national governments could consider to establish a Nordic model in their legislation. In this case, we wouldn't have such examples like happened a few years ago when we had a constructive dialogue with Belgian government, and I myself was addressing Article 6, and during the dialogue I raised an issue of prostitution in Brussels, saying that it's quite weird to have meaning so many women in prostitution on streets in the heart of European Union in the capital of Belgium. And the Belgian government actually said that this is a childish question. A childish question raised by CEDAW expert. So I think that if we will develop our new general recommendation it will call for governments to address trafficking in women and girls, and especially trafficking for sexual purposes and prostitution under all articles of CEDAW Convention. That will be a huge step forward. Then CEDAW has another very important legal tool. It's optional protocol. So I'm thinking that it would be just very timely to have an optional protocol to have an inquiry as a grave and systematic violation of women's rights and discrimination against women, meaning about trafficking and prostitution, let's say in India, when we heard representative from India describing the situation. So just now I would like to use this opportunity to invite all respective representatives of different NGOs to submit contributions in writing to CEDAW committee on the occasion of half-day or of general discussion on new general recommendation on trafficking in women. And the deadline is February 18, and it would be the most important thing to have abolitionist point of view regarding our general recommendation. Yes, because I just yesterday came from Thailand, and where there was so-called a global convention of sex workers. So they really very organized, very active, and they will submit their contributions in writing on occasion of general recommendation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalia. I think that's a cue to all of us to ensure that we try as much as possible. I know we have a lot of work, but we should try and find the time to make submissions. We have the deadline of February 18th, so please, let's do something. Let's work. We still have a few minutes on the panel. I just want to make a comment that the acts that, we are told by survivors, the acts that happen in prostitution correspond to the definition of torture, the international definition of torture. And yet, state governments and people are still hesitant to define prostitution as violence that it is. And some even call it work, thus giving legitimacy to violence and exploitation. And this is why we are here today to say, no, we are not going to allow that to continue. So to our fantastic panelists, we still have a few minutes, and I just want to ask you this last question, and you have 1 minute each to kind of give, your thoughts on this. If you could tell us, in the light of your particular expertise and life experiences, about the successes and challenges of implementing international law and the commitments of governments in addressing trafficking and the exploitation of prostitution at national level. So you're going to start with that, Grégoire.
Okay.
In 1 minute.
Yeah, in 1 minute. I would like to say that I'm quite confident for the future, because the protection of the dignity and worth of the human person is a founding component and a cornerstone of the whole human rights system. It's at the heart of the 1946 San Francisco Charter, which is the constituent treaty of the UN, and at the heart of the UDHR, adopted in 1948. And the international human rights law, and that's not debatable, recognizes that prostitution is incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person. The 1949 Convention is a universal human rights instrument because it was adopted by the UNGA, actually 1 year after UDHR. So UNODC can remain neutral on prostitution. Actually, they have to, because that's their mandate. But CEDAW cannot, the OHCHR cannot, UN Women cannot, because UNODC is bound by the Palermo Protocol, and the interpretative note requires UNODC to remain neutral. But for all the other, the the guardians of the 1949 Convention and of CEDAW are not UNODC. They are the OHCHR and the UNSG himself. So the UNSG, his secretariat, the UN agencies and CEDAW cannot remain neutral because international human rights law is very clear. Prostitution is incompatible with the dignity and worth of the human person, and the protection of the dignity and worth of the human person is the cornerstone of the whole human rights system and of the whole human rights law. So I'm confident thanks to that.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you. Tatiana?
I think I want to highlight the fact that now the international organizations are beginning to talk about demand, where it was a taboo word, even just a couple of years ago. This word is changing, and what we are recognizing is that, and this is on everybody's agenda, that women and girls are particularly impacted. The UNODC statistics of 76% of all detected cases being women and girls has also played a significant role. And the fact that international organizations are beginning to get on board with understanding that unless we address demand, not just for goods produced by labor, by trafficked labor, but also for women who are exploited in prostitution and trafficking, nothing is really going to change. So one of the things that we have done last year is begin the conversation on demand in a side event at the Commission on Status of Women. We are planning to continue the same conversation this year, and the Office for the Special Representative to Combat Trafficking in Human Beings at the OSCE will surely be sending an invitation to this continuation of conversation. So I would agree with Grégoire. There are a lot of positive movements forward, but unless we all work together and in a strategic manner, we are not going to be able to make as much change or as much impact as necessary.
Thank you very much. We have a minute left. Do you want to say something quickly? In half a minute?
So everybody can get a chance to be heard.
To round up.
So you asked for the challenges globally, nationally, and otherwise. So going back to that, I think some of the challenges that I'm seeing, and I'm sure you're seeing it too, or is this erroneous analysis and very loud voices that prostitution is not harmful and that it's empowering and so on and so forth. And guess what? When I at first exited, I told myself that too. And there was a reason why I told myself that, because one, I was still profiting off of my own exploitation, and so were others. But at the same time, I had to tell myself the myths and the lies that I didn't have to work a 9-to-5 job and that I made a lot of money, or whatever those lies were. But the truth that I wasn't telling myself is how many times per day I was put in a situation, as many of my colleagues were, that I could have been killed, and nearly was on many occasions, that it was harmful, lacked dignity, and it was degrading to be in a system of prostitution. So let's have those exited survivor voices be carried on instead of this loud, erroneous attempt to de-link prostitution and trafficking.
Thank you very much. Although our time is out, but we'll give you 1 minute, Alia, to just round up.
Yes, I will be very brief. It's accountability of the governments, because without the political will, we will not eradicate, we will not combat successfully trafficking and prostitution. We have 189 countries under CEDAW protocol, and they see the governments come for the dialogues, and they do not feel accountable to eradicate trafficking. They just talk in the framework of Palermo Protocol. They say we have everything. We have laws, we have shelters, we have national strategies and national plans, all sorts of flying teams to catch the traffickers. But when you ask how many traffickers you put into jail, 0 or 1. So there should be a mechanism who would force the governments to be accountable in a very detailed, talking about trafficking and prostitution. This is accountability. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So a round of applause, and thank you to our panelists. Yes, so if anybody has questions or comments, please, you make it as short as possible. You introduce, you say your name and where you're from, and then we'll take it. And if you're addressing your question to a specific panelist, you just let us know.
Sí.
Yeah.
Hello, I have a question for Dalia Leinarte from CEDAW. It's a question coming from Cambodia. This meeting has had a high profile internationally from Cambodia. Rodrigo Montero for the United Nations for Development and Gender Equality is responsible in Cambodia, and he's very worried about the change in Article 6 of the CEDAW. He thinks that this debate now within the CEDAW is due to the pimping lobbies, and it's a change for the worse. And they're concerned about this, okay? Because the traffickers and pimpers have lobbies, and they're trying to improve the image of prostitution, which is quite against our aims. And greetings from Cambodia. The question was mostly for Dalia Leinarte.
Will we collect questions, or should I answer now?
I think it may be best to answer immediately. Oh, you want us to collect? Sorry?
Yes, please answer, Madam Dalia Leinarte.
I can assure you that a new general recommendation on trafficking in women and girls, as long as I am a chair for the working group, will not meaning lessen the value of Article 6, despite of lobbying, and I feel this lobbying actually very very strongly. No, for example, I can also to bring even an example and experience working with Article 6. When I joined the committee in 2013, we are not using anymore even a term sex work in our recommendations, unless it is Germany or Switzerland, where prostitution is legal. In all other cases, we talk only about women in prostitution. And the new instrument, the new general recommendation, definitely will work on behalf of eradicating prostitution and trafficking in women and girls.
Thank you. There's someone there in the middle who raised it. I think now we can kind of collect all the questions.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you very much to everybody. I come from a group, an NGO, Women for Abolition, okay? I have some proposals. I'm very interested in this. Even if we had a representative from the Spanish government, how come they never speak specifically about prostitution? They talk about trafficking in women, but prostitution is also part of the same kind of crime. And the government should also be transparent with the data they have, because they do have data. Why don't they publish them? There are special services and the law enforcers that know when the women are being transported and trafficked and when they're coming in and out of Spain, and they should publish those data. And there should also be an ethical code for those business executives, big corporations, big companies that go to congresses, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, and they should be penalized and prosecuted, because all these top executives are going to lead to a huge flow and traffic of women for those executives and technocrats to use. So the code should be very explicit. I'm sorry.
Just, ask the...
De acuerdo. Y otra cuestión solo.
Okay.
Say, they have in the resolutions the sexual workers. So in the OCE, you should work on that terminology as well, please.
I think we can take one more question. No more time. Okay, so...
I can tell you and guarantee you that this time going forward, we are not going to have the terminology sex worker in any of our publications. And this is a commitment that I can freely make, because we actually recognize the violence that is created. So this is I think answers the question. And
yeah, you want to say a couple of words?
On ILO, very quickly, the new programmative agenda of the ILO is to promote decent work. An activity which is not compatible with the dignity of the human person will never be a decent work. So that's not sustainable, that doesn't work, that will not work. They will have to stop using the term sex work, because prostitution cannot be a work and cannot be a decent work.
Thank you. Dalia? Thank you.
So the question is how? We have started something, which is we have built an informal coalition of, thanks actually to the help of many of you here, of 30 trade union federations representing 10 million workers in the world, which have drafted a statement saying that prostitution is neither sex nor work, but is sexual and economic exploitation, and explaining also how the legalization of prostitution would actually immediately kill the whole anti-sexual harassment at work framework. So we have to build further to get more trade unions, but we have already 10 million workers represented in this coalition. I think that's one of the workshops you propose for tomorrow. So we're willing to collaborate on that, get many more trade unions to formally take the stance that prostitution is neither sex nor work, but sexual and economic exploitation. We will succeed, it will take time.
Thank you. Dalia, please.
I just would like to remind you about a huge challenge that CEDAW experts face in terms of recognizing prostitution as one major form of violence against women. We base our work on information from different sources, and one major source of our information is civil society. So when we have constructive dialogues in Geneva, many civil society NGOs, they come and brief us. But when we are trying to receive information in regards of Article 6, we never ever have NGOs with the abolitionist ideas. Always this is sex workers. And sex workers, they defined, meaning their framework, their issues, and that is how experts then have to address many issues during the dialogues. That information is based on sources that have been brought by sex workers. So I encourage those NGOs who are abolitionists, and all of them are here, to come to Geneva and brief us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that again is our cue that we need to submit submissions in Geneva. We want to thank our fantastic panelists. A round of applause. Thank you so much. And we continue, leave space. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Do I have? Yes. Hello, everybody. We are about to start a little bit later than the timetable, but we will make it up. We are still missing one panelist. Hopefully, she will arrive. Okay. We are going to unmask the myths. So, welcome to this exciting panel on the importance of building a knowledge base on the harms of the global sex trade. Such a knowledge base is needed. It will be a tool to fight the myths about prostitution being a choice. So, first speaker is Ingeborg Kraus. My question to you, Ingeborg, is what is the situation in your country, Germany, after 16 years of full legalization?
So first of all, I'm very honored to be here. And I especially want to thank Kat V to have identified me. I'm an activist for more than 10 years to abolish prostitution, but now I'm integrated in a global movement. And this makes a big difference for us in Germany. Our voice is not alone, but is heard all over the world. So, 3 models of handling prostitution are being worldwide discussed: the prohibition, the legalization, or the abolition of prostitution, which is known as the Nordic model. In 1999, Sweden was the first country in the world to implement the Nordic model. The legalization model has become synonymous with the German model. It was established in Germany in 2002. So we have 2 totally opposite models that have been installed nearly at the same time in Europe. 70 years have passed, and we can see the results. We know the outcome of each model. No country needs to experiment anything. If you choose the German model, you will destroy an entire generation of men, and you will need at least another generation to fix it. So states should not do any experiments anymore. It costs human lives. Far from protecting the women, the German has become hell on earth for them. Prostitution has risen up to 30% since 2002. Prostitution has nothing to do with sexual liberation. It is just money that counts. The profit of this business is enormous. We are talking about 15 billion euros of direct transaction every year. 3,500 brothels are officially registered, but we know that there are at least as many illegal brothels. So the main goal that wanted to bring the women out of the darkness has totally failed. It is the German state, by normalizing prostitution and by guaranteeing a total decriminalization of the sex buyers, that has contributed to an enormous increase in demand. We witnessed the creation of mega brothels with a capacity to accommodate around 1,000 buyers of sex at once and even more. These women are subjected to the rules of the free market of capitalism at the roughest. Their bodies are exploited to the maximum. The behavior of the sex buyers became perverted overnight with a law normalizing prostitution, whose message to men is clear. There is a right, there is a right to buy sexual acts, and there is no need to feel guilty about that anymore. The clients, therefore, see themselves entitled to demand more and more services for the lowest price. It is the German state that is responsible for the development of sexual practices that are totally incompatible with human dignity. The makeup of women in prostitution has changed in Germany. Today, around 95% of prostituted women come from the poorest region in Europe. It is the German state that abandons the most vulnerable women and delivers them to criminal businessmen and sexual predators. These women live in constant fear. Out of the 400,000 prostituted women, the vast majority remains illegal, which means that they have no access to a social system that would allow them to see a doctor. The German state permits the exploitation of these women and supports them being crushed by the sex industry, yet doesn't even include them in a social welfare system. The health condition of these women is catastrophic. Within 30 years, they often show signs of early aging. All women have persistent abdominal pains, gastritis, and frequent infection due to unhealthy state of living conditions, and of course, of all kinds of sexual transmittable diseases. The psychological traumatization can just about be tolerated with alcohol and pharmaceutical drugs. Seen the perspective of psychotraumatology, prostitution is not a job like any other. To allow strangers to penetrate one's body, natural phenomena must be extinguished. Fear, shame, disgust, self-blame. In their place, women put indifference, neutrality, a functional conception of penetration, a reinterpretation of this act as a job or a service. These women have learned very early on how to dissociate. In fact, many studies on this subject demonstrate a strict correlation between entering prostitution and violence experienced during childhood. Violence is an inherent part of prostitution, but the German state continues to deny these facts. Approximately 1.2 million men buy sex every day in Germany, and most of them are in relationships. We must realize that Germany is a country where millions of women are being cheated on. Yeah. Prostitution also destroys the ability to love and therefore our fundamental value system, trust, mutual respect and real intimacy becomes impossible. The system of prostitution foments hate. It pollutes human relationships. A state that legalizes the buying of sex foments hate among men and women and destroys and traumatizes relationships and families for generations. German politicians and the German state bear historical responsibility in the development of a sex industry that creates thousands of victims of sexual violence daily. Germany will have a seat on the UN Security Council for the next 2 years. Gender equality is a precondition for global sustainable development and a central target of the United Agency to 2030. It cannot be that Germany has been given a co-responsibility for keeping peace in the world when Germany, in its own country, with its legalization on prostitution, is waging a war against women. It's a fatal contradiction.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Ingeborg. And then Cherry Jimenez will be the next speaker. Cherry, you are working with the medical community and research institutions. What are your findings on the harms inflicted on women and girls in prostitution?
Thank you. Well, first I want to begin and say, like many women in this room, my connection to this issue comes from a very personal place. As a survivor, as a founder and director of an exit program in the US, in Boston specific, which was started back in 2006. So we work with individuals from what is usually a crisis situation through the entire process of exiting out of prostitution and sex trafficking, which is often over the course of years. So I've had the unique opportunity to talk to hundreds of women, to get to know them, to hear their stories in great detail. And as a program, we collect data, which can inform us, provide new insights and understanding to what's happening to so many women in our community. So it wasn't long after talking and getting to know all these women that there was something alarming about what they were saying. Now, I spent years, many years of caught up in the systems of prostitution myself, so I know firsthand the harms of the sex trade. But that was almost 3 decades ago, and now fast forward to what I'm hearing now is disturbing. Not only to realize that the sex trade has ballooned into a more brutal and more violent practice, but the conditions and the life circumstances that these young individuals are growing up in has dramatically deteriorated, and it's unacceptable for such a rich country in the US. Prostitution has just become a continuum of violence and abuse that started early on for many young women, usually starting during their first years of life. This became the common theme with many of the women I talked to. And with this, I learned how abuse and neglect in the first years of our life have a particular pervasive impact. A time when rational thinking and sensitivity to other people are being rooted. The beginning of our lives dictates everything. The foundation for our relationships, who we are. Caring about and caring about others is the foundation of compassion. So here we have in the US a number of children growing up in environments and circumstances perfectly designed to breed vulnerability for exploitation and despair for young girls and women and violence and rage for young boys. For the women I meet today, they are also leading much more dangerous and complicated lives than many of us did 30 years ago. Along with a commercially saturated and commodified environment where goods and people are viewed as entirely disposable is unsustainable. So exiting out of prostitution for the majority of the young women we come across means overcoming years of often dysfunctional family situations, economic marginalization, and void of any parental love and security. Pimps then exploit these vulnerabilities, promising exactly what is most appealing to those they recruit: money and a false sense of love and security. Poverty in itself does not breed dysfunction and or disturbed family relationships. The full development of a human being requires something much deeper, more complicated than food and water. Being whole means a sustained and continued love and a secure attachment. But when you combine economic marginalization along with a number of children overlooked or abused, they grow to be a very, very vulnerable population. And prostitution cannot be the answer for girls, and gangs and violent, brutal pimping cannot be the answer for young boys. Being an effective program that can support women in exiting out has also been a huge challenge for us because of who the women are and what they are coming out of. But how do we document this? How do we connect the fact that children are growing up so badly and so vulnerable to a harmful practice? That only adds layers and layers of trauma and victimization. A lot of us didn't have that strong foundation either. But there's something profoundly different now. I try to bring attention to what we are witnessing, and that so many of the women were from our own communities, that the level of violence they were exposed to from babyhood to adulthood was unacceptable, as well as their lack of access to education and viable opportunities. But I couldn't get anyone's attention. So about 4 years ago, we partnered with the Boston University's Department of Psychological and Brain Sciences to develop an effective public information campaign. We wanted a partner that used research designs that were strong and evidence that no one could refute. So out of this project, we were able to present evidence that over 46.7% of the young women we met had aged out of systems, residential group homes, and juvenile justice systems. That's almost half. That 39.7 had children, and 26.2 of these moms had their children removed only to go back into the very systems they aged out of, only to repeat the cycle of violence and poverty. From this intergenerational cycle will be a new surge of youth violence that will be the most cruel and the most costly manifestation of our inability to nurture our young people. A lot of you know about ACE scores, Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. So without going into great detail, there are 10 types of childhood trauma measured in an ACE study. 1 the least, 10 the most. In our study of the women in our programs, 68.9% presented with a score of 8 and above. 28.9 reported a 10, which is the most, the highest. Now compare that to the national average of 15.2 of 4 or more. And then you have to consider this: a person with an ACE score of just 4 or higher is 7 times more likely to use drugs, 46 times more likely to be depressed, and 12 more times more likely to commit suicide. So what are the outcomes for those that score 8 or more? Well, we see them in our programs, wanting out of prostitution. Also, 34% of women reported that they entered the sex trade by a friend, a family, or significant other. A number of women reported that their moms were involved in prostitution and even introduced into prostitution by their mother. With no adequate role model, without access to opportunities, many youths in the U.S. now are considered disposable. As someone I know coined the term inhabiting zones of social abandonment, which includes youth homeless shelters, impoverished schools, and residential or detention centers. The severity and the consequences of this shift for youth are evident in their involvement in systems of prostitution. So on that note, I just want also to remind all of you, I like to say this when I make presentations, because it is depressing to hear this, but there has been huge changes already. Just being here today as an older survivor from a very different time, and a lot, and for all of us that endured sexual exploitation, we never thought we would be here today, speaking on this, even talking about it, and at the very least, even being part of this global movement to end such a harmful practice. So I want to thank all of you, because it takes all of us to end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. And now we move on to the next speaker. It is Beatriz Sanchez Alvarez. Can you give us an overview of the trends you are seeing in human trafficking in Spain? Thank you.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, all of you. I would like to refer to a brief general overview of what is the fight, research, and prosecution of this type of crimes in Spain, mainly from the perspective of the challenges that are still ahead and that we have to meet, and the goals that from people, entities that are in charge of fighting against that problem have proposed for the plague, have proposed for the future. We have to bear in mind that human trafficking is one of the most severe forms of criminality. Sometimes we forget it. The government and institutions are more concerned about ending with illegal immigration than promoting defense of fundamental human rights. There is a current right now in Europe where it seems that the only thing that is worrying is that concern. So even if we have many laws, even if we have many meetings, and at this respect, if there is no clear perspective, no clear intention of ending with this phenomenon that moves so many millions of euros per year, it will be very hard to be able to really fight efficiently against human trafficking. Among the challenges that we believe that are always approached from that we consider necessary in order to fight against human trafficking and women exploitation, first of all, we have the research is not always based on the declaration from the victim, but this is very important, and this is definitive, so that we really, the research ends at a good aim. But our courts are very reluctant to consider that we can study a crime, although the victim doesn't recognize that it is, the victim doesn't recognize herself as such. This is the first thing we have to make them understand. At the central axis of human trafficking, with sexual exploitation targets in the population, there are women and children, girls mainly, that are very afraid. They are victims of a vulnerability situation, and thus we can't depend on their own manifestations in order to be able to bring about our research. On the other hand, those victims have to be protected, even if there is no police inquiry, even if there is no legal procedure in course, because a victim is so independently of a legal procedure or a condemnatory ruling. There are some times that we can't prove, because we are talking very often about organized crime, transnational crime, with very important means, in order to subtract to the action of justice. In many cases, we can't conclude in a condemnatory ruling or sentence, but the states have the duty and obligation of protecting the victims, even when there are no legal procedures in course, and even against their own will. Many victims don't know they are victims. The invisibility is not only for society and for the court, but also for the victims themselves. Many women whom we find in the airport in Madrid, and that we know, according to the indicators, that they are potential victims of human trafficking, they don't know they will be exploited yet. They are in a migratory process. They are not yet in an exploitation process. So we have to be aware, first of all, that what should move us in the fight against human trafficking is defense and comprehensive protection of victims, even when they are not willing to collaborate with the administration and the justice. As to the other challenges that we believe should be fundamental in this fight, well, we have the prosecution and the absolutely penal proscription of all type of pimping. It's a shame that in Spain we can go from Madrid to Valencia, going from one club to the other, from prostitution places to another new prostitution place. It's impossible to show our children that human trafficking is a very serious crime with sexual exploitation aims in this case, when they see continuously the advertising of sex in exchange of money, and they see exactly lights in our roads announcing the legal consumption of prostitution. But women do that because they want to. They are using their freedom to do that. We don't understand what a situation of need is. We don't know what is a situation of abuse. I don't really know, and I have been 10 years dedicating exclusively to fighting against human trafficking and sexual exploitation from the legal point of view. I don't know any woman that if she had had another opportunity and possibility to be able to live with her family who would have dedicated to prostitution. What I know are women who belong, most of them, to developing countries that are in an illegal immigration situation in my country, that work as prostitutes to pay an illegal debt that they have generated when they undertook their journey to Spain. And this is what I see every day. So thus, when they tell me about the liberty and freedom and dignity of women, I think that freedom and dignity of women go through understanding what is the abuse of a state of necessity. It is not true that women dedicate freely to carry out prostitution, because otherwise, after a few years, they could have access to a house, to a car, to be able to study, and their children as well. But what I find after years of women being prostitutes and with earning money, these are patients, these are women who are ill, sick, and without any money. We don't believe that they are free when they are working in that profession, that I deny as such, because I think that when we talk about making prostitution as a job in order to dignify the job of women, I always say the same thing. Well, look, legalized prostitution is not to make this person dignify the job they are doing, but dignifying their perpetrators and those who live from prostitution of other people. So that's why I believe that our country has a very important role. They can't talk about fighting against human trafficking with sexual exploitation aims if they don't penalize all types of prostitution, if they don't end with the prosecutors and any possibility of getting rich with the prostitution of other people. And I go even beyond. We have to penalize the consumer, because he's not a consumer, he's a necessary cooperator, because if he knows how to count with his fingers, he will realize what I have just told you, that those women are in a destitution situation. They are abusing this situation of being destituted. And we can't talk about consent when it hasn't been freely obtained. After that consent, there are threats, violence, intimidation. There is abuse of these destituted conditions. This is not consent. This is something that has nothing to do with something voluntary. So this is something that we have to fight for in our country, because our courts, because the people in the street, because the society, and because our governors, those who govern us, have to understand to to do a free job and what people do who work in prostitution, there is a whole world of a difference. So, and finally, I wanted to say that what we are working on from the prosecutor's office is to obtain those 3 challenges that we consider fundamental. And that's why we are here now, to support and at any rate any initiative that goes in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. And now we have time for questions and answers. And please, you have to have short questions because there are many who want to raise questions and we are nearly out of time. So can someone pick up the mic and give a hand? Oh, here it is. You have to have.
I know, I have to go get them. But
Go get them.
no, it's okay.
I will try to get it.
It's all right.
Buenos días.
Good afternoon. Maria del Mar Daza. I work in the project of feminicide.net, and I would like to ask you more. I would like to ask Beatrice, the prosecutor, on that clause that is contained in the Victims Directive and also integrated in our criminal code with respect to the vulnerability situation of vulnerability when the person at stake doesn't have any other real or acceptable alternative except being subject to abuse, that in fact works as, well, it's impossible to prove because this is something that doesn't exist, can't be proven. And it is used so that in practice we can't condemn the pimps. Any more questions at the same time, please? But with a microphone.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. My name is Rocío Sánchez, and I work in a shelter for women who are survivors of trafficking with sexual exploitation aims and prostitution. My question is also from the prosecutor. I liked very much to listen to you. I think it was a very inspiring discourse. Doesn't seem to come from something that is representing the administration of the state, nor the justice administration either. Thank you very much for your words. Maybe we are doing something wrong in our daily practice, because when we have women who even have been identified as victims, well, things as basic as a protection, well, having the condition as well of being protected witnesses, it's hard to obtain the true support from the institutions, understanding there are few resources for as simple things as that they can be transferred to Aluche to take out their documentation. And we have been working with the social workers from the prosecutor's office. We've asked for support, some protection, a car, something. Representatives of the police, and well, they say, well, they can just put sunglasses, put a hat on, change their hairstyle, because then they're not going to be recognized. Aluche is where we have the headquarters of the foreigners' office, but this is a space where people who are requiring asylum go there. Those who are managing their foreign people who are managing their documentation is close to many different places. There is everything. Closest public transport is quite far away by walking. So to go there.
Perdón por robar el tiempo.
A third question before we take some. Yep.
Hola, mi pregunta.
My question is for all of you, but especially for Ingeborg Kraus. As you have told that in Germany, you have, for 17 years, the PIMS industry has been regularized. I would like to know if you could explain somehow the pornographic industry. What is the role that it plays? What are the movements that have coexisted with this regulation of prostitution?
Then we start with the answers. You first and then Ingeborg.
Thank you very much. Bueno, respecto a la primera.
With respect to the first question asked, yes, in fact, the great difficulty of the clause of Article 177, where they say they describe as a vulnerability situation, is to prove the vulnerability. It's based on objective elements. How can I prove, as a prosecutor in a judgment that in a lawsuit, that nobody had had any other real alternative than be subject to abuse? It's a change of awareness, and it's a task for education. The societies don't change based on laws. They are necessary, but we change based on education. They are modified based on awareness, education, sensitization, etc. The judges and the prosecutor, we know what society we belong to. We are not strange people. Our society still doesn't understand very often this phenomenon. So we need to have an educational work that is very important in order to understand what the vulnerability situation is. We still have rulings like the one in La Manada here in Spain, where they insist that people are not susceptible of that vulnerability. They are not in that state of destitution. And if they say, yes, it's credible, they don't take into consideration the concomitant circumstances. This is the greatest difficulty that a prosecutor has when he has to prove before the court that we are facing a situation of trafficking or a prostitution. It's easy when there is a situation of violence, intimidation that can be accredited. That's easy to make people understand that, in fact, yes, this aggression has taken place, that crime has taken place. But most of the cases are abusive states of destitution situations. There are still a long way to go so that our jurisprudence understands what this phenomenon is all about. That is the vulnerability. We are on our way. We are working on it. But since 2010 in Spain, we have in our law the crime of human trafficking. We have advanced very much in these 8 years, but there is still a lot to do. And we need also the awareness of the citizens, because we judges and prosecutors, we start from that. And on the other hand, and seeing that with the second of the question, I don't represent anyone. I'm not representing the justice. I'm not representing any governmental institution either. I'm a prosecutor. I defend legality, and this is what the statute says. As defender of the legality, I think I have to fight for those against those criminal activities that more seriously attack the society I belong to. I'm only representing myself. And I also talk as my mentor and head, Joaquin Sanchez Covisa, who has done so much for this cause as far as possible. Yes, we have a system, administrative system, that is very complex. The law is insufficient, both the foreigners' law that regulates the whole issue of establishing reflection, all the permits, residence permits, etc. It's very complex, and there is no real implementation system of what is foreseen in the law for foreigners. This is what we are working on. From the point of view of comprehensive law, we work exactly on that direction, that the law has to guarantee, as I said before, the protection of all victims, those that are under the system of the justice and all the others, and also that it favors and facilitates that possibility of having permits for residency and work. We have a very important hurdle that I mentioned before in my presentation. Still, we are more concerned in preventing illegal immigration than in defending human rights. So it seems that protecting the victims or giving them the right, the permit for residence, is going to mean so-called attracting effect. And many people, many women will come to fool the society, saying they are victims of human trafficking when they are illegal victims. So this is what makes so difficult to make reality what is collected in the law. The law puts up with everything, but it has to be enforced. We have to enhance it, giving economic resources and legislation development resources as well. And finally, not all procedures, not all declarations of the victims, although they are identified, can bring a legal procedure to a good goal, because the identification of the victim is made by indicators, but in order to obtain condemnation, we have to have proofs. The innocence presumption is also valid for those who are perpetrators. One thing is defending the victims that have the right to everything in spite they don't reach a legal procedure. Another thing is to be able to condemn them because a sentence, because we all talk about elements that have transnational nature, and it's very difficult to obtain enough proofs and evidence. But this can't prevent, or this can't annul the defense of the rights of the victims.
In Germany, of course, it's totally legalized and not even regulated. Only child pornography is forbidden, but it's not implemented. Even if you say to the police there is child pornography, they don't react. They react very rarely. But what you can notice in Germany, since prostitution has been legalized, that they are copying the things they are seeing in pornography with the prostituted women. So the perversion became, yes, it comes from pornography, but not only with the sex buyers, also, men who are not going to, buy sex, they are applicating it with their girlfriends or wives.
Thank you. Okay, we are closing now this panel. And I will thank all the panelists for their contributions and their questions. And I'm sure that you agree that it is important now to develop a knowledge base on the harms of prostitution, because that is a tool that we need. Thank you, and have lunch now.
Por favor, un momento, por favor.
Please, one moment before going out. Please, at 3 sharp, be back. From the foundation to the right, there are several different restaurants for those who want to eat nearby. And please tell them that you can take your headsets with you, I suppose.
So, should we begin?
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. We will start this fourth session on the different stake parties on sexual exploitation and the influence of the mass media as to the social perception of prostitution and sexual violence against women. However, we have Melissa Farley couldn't make it on time because of flight problems, and it's probably the academician that has dwelled further on prostitution from all points of view. She couldn't make it in the prior session because she comes from Germany with a specific study on sex buyers and the clients as users, and we wanted to listen to her, so we will listen first to Melissa, who will deliver the presentation that she had thought for the first session.
Thank you for the generosity of time of this panel. Could I have the first slide? Oh, thank you. I am so very grateful to the founders, the board, and the staff of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women. Thank you for your work on behalf of some of the most vulnerable people on our little planet. I don't think I would be here today if Dorchen Leitholt had not said to me almost 20 years ago, "But Melissa, you and Norma did those interviews of women in San Francisco, and now you're going to Beijing. CATW has connections in Thailand. How about interviewing some women there?" And so
That started a series of interviews in 9 countries in 5 continents. Survivors tell us that prostitution is like domestic violence taken to the extreme. They tell us that which is rape is normal for us. Survivors tell us that legal prostitution is like you sign a contract to be raped. At Dorchen's suggestion, here is what we've learned. We interviewed 854 women, men, and trans women from Canada, Colombia, Germany, Mexico, South Africa, Thailand, Turkey, US, and Zambia. In 9 countries on 5 continents, 2/3 of women, men, and trans women in prostitution had met criteria for the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, an indication of extreme emotional distress, which is equal to the emotional distress in people traumatized by war, rape, and battering, and state-sponsored torture. 75% of these people in 9 countries had been homeless at some point in time, and 89% of them said they wanted to escape prostitution but didn't have other sustainable alternatives. Whether I'm sorry, a little. I'm not following my own slides here, sorry. Emotional symptoms of traumatic stress in prostitution are off the charts. Suicidality, PTSD, dissociation, drug abuse, and eating disorders. This is dissociation, which is well known in combat veterans. You can see this in the face. This is less known. This is a dissociation in the face of a woman in a Bangladeshi brothel. And this is dissociation in a US strip club. This is on the cutting edge of our field. We need to look more closely at dissociative disorders. 10 years ago, we began interviewing sex buyers. I'm honored to be at this conference with Dr. Ingeborg Kraus. With Dr. Kraus and with a team of German, Dutch, Swiss, and US abolitionists, yesterday we completed 85 interviews of sex buyers in Germany. This is a huge accomplishment. Thank you. Thank you, Ingeborg. We will be analyzing this data and writing it up for a major release in Germany later this year. It's our hope that men's responses to our questionnaires will help us describe in detail the toxic effects of state-sponsored legal prostitution in Germany. A man who bought sex said, "Prostitution is renting an organ for 10 minutes." You get what you pay for without the no, explained a sex buyer. We've also, we've reviewed 18 reports from Europe and North America on prostitution, trafficking, and third-party control. On average, 84% of people in prostitution are under the control of pimps and traffickers. That's not children, that's all adults. 84%. So most people in prostitution are under third-party control. As one sex buyer in Italy said, oh, yes, they're all exploited. but they're making good money. And as those of us in this room know, the money paid for the rape, sex of prostitution does not erase the harm. Is that you, Vanita? I heard that. 5. Oh, thanks. So what we've learned from our studies of sex buyers now in 5 countries is that violence against women is connected to attitudes that promote the belief that men are entitled to access sex with women 24/7. Violence against women is also connected with the attitude that men are superior to women and that they have sexual license. One of my favorite studies, incredible study by Heilman and colleagues a couple years ago, they studied men in Chile, Croatia, India, Mexico, and Rwanda, 1,000 men in each country. In all of these countries, wherever men said they bought sex, they also were significantly more likely to rape women. They're connected. Again, we know this, but to have it shown in a broad-scale research study is so important, I think. In Scotland, our interviews found that the more often a sex buyer bought women in prostitution, the more likely he was to commit rape against non-prostituting women. In our research, we've also found that sex buyers, like other sexually aggressive men, tend to prefer impersonal, non-relational sex. They fear rejection from women. They have committed sexual aggression and rape in the past. They have a hostile or toxic masculine self-identification, and they have a history of sexual violence. They're more often likely to tell us that if they could get away with it, they would rape women than non-sex buyers. A Scottish sex buyer explained, prostitution is where men have the freedom to do whatever they want in an atmosphere free of consequences. So here's a few ideas for an abolitionist research agenda. 1, prioritize exit services for survivors. When we talk, and I'm talking to myself here, when we talk about the Swedish model law, the first item is the women, not the men. Please, let's talk about services for women, then criminalizing sex buyers, or at least talk about them as co-equal and co-important. This emphasis will explain to everybody when we talk about it that we want survivors to have alternative options to prostitution. So I think we have to do that. Along these lines, there's an urgent need for evaluating the quality of services provided to exiting survivors. The National Trafficking Sheltered Alliance in the U.S. is currently evaluating standards of care among service providers. They're doing a wonderful study. We need research clarifying the specific effects of legal policy on prostitution, research that challenges the lie that prostitution goes underground when sex buyers are criminalized, and we need research funding. We need funding for social media and cartoons. Oops. For example, a police officer and a politician walking along the street saying, but where's the trafficking? And meanwhile, the Las Vegas online advertising and yellow pages have 200, 300 pages of advertising for every kind of prostitution. This one I love. This is by somebody in the sex trade of a lap dance club where this guy is saying, oh, I'm not like all the other guys in here. I hope that Prostitution Research and Education can run a cartoon contest that we can get up on social media, a cute, funny images that ridicule sex buyers. I really think we need to focus on this. And of course, this is one, a cartoon that I truly love. Sorry, sir, I'm not a prostitute. I just wait on tables here. And he says, well, how was I supposed to know? You look like one. And she says, really? How's that? And he says, well, you have breasts, don't you? So we're unstoppable. And I just appreciate everyone in the room, and I appreciate the work of the Coalition Against Trafficking in Women. Thank you.
Todo lo que nos ha contado Melissa Farley.
Thank you very much. What Melissa Farley made it easier to ask our next speaker from the academic world, with Pepa Barahona. Now she's a professor of social work at the Complutense University Madrid. What about the responsibility of the mass media, at least in Spain? How can we explain that 2 out of 3 men who are buyers of forced sex consider that prostitution is not violence against women? 89% of young Spanish males, Pepa has undertaken that study, are in favor of legalizing prostitution. The younger age bracket believes that. What's the responsibility for us as in the mass media and journalism with such alarming figures? Thank you very much. Please, I apologize. I have a cold, but I didn't want to miss this great opportunity. It is great to be here with all the great thinkers and my idols that I have been reading and studying, all of you, women with a great deal of passion for 30 years. And it's also a great complicity that I have with my moderator. In 1992, she insisted very much in this article for my newspaper, talk about them, about the men that demand these services. And I hadn't really very much, but finally we made it because there was an article on the number of pimps in Spain, and we still refer to that article. And the mass media and the role, I think that's of today, it's digital mass media, mostly, no more on paper, but they just tend to mainstream, and they differentiate between prostitution and trafficking, which is false. And distinguishing between the two, males find their own niche of permissiveness. They feel legitimized because it's a personal choice of the woman and it's her own freedom. And if all were to be positioned against trafficking, it would be different. But now we're talking about the sex buyers. Well, this distinction between one and the other is very useful for their own peace of mind, and it is fostered into the mass media. And it's very interesting. I want to know that I am not using women who are under coercive trafficking. It's absurd, but that's the main difficulty that we find nowadays. That's mainstreaming, and they make it acceptable in their minds by pretending they are free to choose prostitution. And then there is a perversion of language. How are we going to allow the publishing or the writing of sex workers? No, we should reject it, but the mass media still resort into this kind of nuanced language. It's its own language, it's its own subculture, it's the world of euphemisms trying to hide reality. And they always try to do that. And we're quoting this sex industry as not commoditizing women's body. And if we talk about sexual intercourse instead of violence against women, and we expect to pay for services, I'm sorry, this is all part of our capitalistic language, and therefore these men will never believe that they're exerting any violence. After all, it's a service, and they're free to choose, and they believe that, and they convince themselves. And the pimps also profit and leverage of that kind of mentality because they're identified as entrepreneurs providing services. Don't you think that's also a problem? Yes, but the problem is that before the buyers were anonymous and invisible before because society allowed for it, and now they're anonymous but they're visible. Why are they no longer invisible? Because sorry, it has a stupid name, a very special, peculiar name. Let me see. Visit shopping malls. That means visiting escort agencies' websites. And they say it's visiting the shopping mall. But now they're making themselves visible because the rest of us never visit those websites. They were in hiding before, okay, as clients. And now they're using new euphemisms. Idle men, men at leisure. And it's different. Online prostitution is also a danger. And we also have pornography there. And pornography is just a culture media for exercising this violent act of paying for sex. What I see, I want. And I see this by pornography, and I want to do it. And it becomes wishful thinking because I want to imitate and mimic what I see on pornography. So now people talk about this bridal experience and paying for sex. I couldn't care about you. I don't want emotional contact, but I want you to prevent that you're a bride in the bridal honeymoon suit. Come on. It's just violence and abusing women. Let us not trick ourselves. We also have Julie Bendel, a journalist writing about violence against women and specifically against prostitution. And now she's speaking in English. I don't know why.
What has changed for positive and for negative in the sex trade and the cultural narrative around it?
Well, when I became a journalist, it was in response to having been a campaigner against men's violence towards women and girls for already more than 20 years. And I didn't get involved in journalism because I particularly love newspapers, which is just as well because we don't have any anymore. But it was more that I saw how effective it was to get the message out, and also because so much journalism is very lazy and is not informed by who it should be informed by. And to answer your question specifically, what has changed? I think some things have changed for the worse. The sex worker narrative is far worse now within the media, definitely in my country and elsewhere, than it was when I first began to do full-time journalism in the early 2000s. For example, I did a little overview using a newspaper search tool called LexisNexis, looking between 2005 and 2015 as to how many times the term prostitution was used compared to the term sex worker. And when I first started looking, so from the earlier days, prostitution was used 20 times to each one time that sex worker was used. And now sex worker is used 6 times more than the term prostitution. And then, of course, you still have some tabloid press using terms like tart, like hooker, even whore. And obviously, it's all misogyny. the sex worker language, which the Guardian newspaper, a liberal newspaper that I sometimes write for, you know, insists that sex worker dignifies the women, when in fact we know it dignifies the pimps. So that has become worse, but things are now changing for the better, I think, in recent years, because of organisations like the Coalition, because of Space International, the sex trade survivor-led movement, where women are no longer seen by some lazy journalists as simply raped, abused women to be wheeled out to tell their stories of degradation, but rather as experts in the police, in the Johns, in the law, in exiting services, and in the true experiences of violence against women through prostitution. So I think they're the two main things. And I have to say, just relating to the Coalition, in 1996, when I met members of the Coalition, and one is Janice Raymond, and of course Norma Hotelin is someone who I met when I was at the same conference that I met Janice and other CATW women. And I was there with a sex trade survivor friend, a very close friend and colleague now, Fiona Broadfoot, who I'd just met months before this conference. That's what made me decide, after 16 years of doing feminist activism, to focus only on prostitution and eventually through the media, because I realized it's the only violence against women where there is a ready-made excuse and a whole industry set up to say they like it, what's happening to them. And without question, it's the worst thing that can happen to a woman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's obviously a big honor for me to be here with such renowned researchers and activists. We are quite a young network. We are located in Europe, and we are made of grassroots migrant women organizations, and we are abolitionists and explicitly feminist. The connection between migration, prostitution, the situation in Europe, how Europe is handling. I can say a lot about this. I presume that everybody knows about the so-called refugee crisis and migration crisis, which is political crisis, global crisis, on our books. And actually, I don't want to go specifically in discussion of migration. What I wanted to discuss in relation to a question that was asked us, culture, migration, migrant women. I want to unpack a little bit the concept of culture and how it relates to us as migrant women in Europe in connection with prostitution. I'm myself from Russia. We work with European institutions, with our civil society partners at the European level. And the word culture is very important and prominent in the discourse and policies, especially when it comes with dealing with migrants. I can tell you that migrant women in Europe are framed legally in many ways through the notion of culture. And you can find various proofs of it when, for example, they speak about the lack of migrant women in the labor market. They mention the cultural barriers. Culture is very often mentioned as, our culture versus your culture, and where we are not supposed to enter into certain areas of discussion because they are culturally sensitive. There are a lot of violent practices that are basically justified by culture. And culture, of course, is used as instrument of patriarchy and social control. I want to quote a prominent Pakistani feminist, Fahmida Riaz, who said that you have to understand that culture can have no essence. Cultures move, flowing one into another, framing new cultures. And I would like to add to this, and so does misogyny. It moves across borders, and it takes the cultural camouflage. Now, what we have to unpack it a bit further, What culture means in reality? Culture means language. Culture means, of course, films and media and literature. This is where different messages are passed and a lot of things are normalized, including violence against women. Culture also means religion, and a lot of it has to do with control of female sexuality. And it also means traditions, practices, attitudes, and stereotypes, including the gender stereotypes. So speaking about language, here we are, migrant women in Europe. I'm one of them, but our network is made of women literally from all over the world. We have Latino women, we have women from Sub-Saharan Africa, from Maghreb, from South Asia, who never ever heard about such thing as a sex work. It actually doesn't exist. You know, I was born in the Soviet Union. We never had sex work. And once, a few years ago, when the so-called sex worker organization in my city, St. Petersburg, came to the officials to formalize their so-called NGO, a workers' union, they couldn't do it for one simple reason. It was a bureaucratic reason. You know, the guy opened the list of occupations that we have, and he said, but I cannot find sex work here. And it was made into a case of discrimination, but in reality, he was just, if it was there wouldn't be no problem. But there are also other words that are creeping and seeping into different languages and cultures. A lot of it is coming from academic studies, and particularly in the Anglo-speaking world. It's the notion of consent, which is we find it very problematic. It's used very often in relation to migrant women, to what we consent. We consent to all type of violence. Women consent to FGM. Women consent to forced marriage. Women consent, obviously, to prostitution. And the fact that when, you know, in the trafficking legislation, actually consent is irrelevant doesn't make much difference, because as a migrant, you already have less rights. And when in France, for example, with a wonderful law, abolitionist law that they have now, migrant women are supposed to be protected by this law, but the implementation at this point, unfortunately, is quite poor. And a lot of the time we have women thrown out of the country immediately. They're not given the chance to meet the NGOs who are officially sanctioned to provide support to them. They're presumed to be economic migrants who came to Europe to earn money. There is no discussion that they might be victims of trafficking. So they're just deported. Another very interesting word that we find increasingly used, speaking about language, is the notion of intersectionality, which now is used all over the place. Everybody is intersectional. Nobody knows what it means. But, you know, it's kind of interesting because we are supposed to be intersectional. We think intersection. I mean, I don't know how you can think differently, because you have to connect class and sex, and it's not possible, I think, if we speak about all women, and this is how we see feminists. But we are the only organization on whose social media the sex worker organizations come and tell us about the lack of intersectionality in our organization.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and it's becoming really kind of annoying to the point that we already want to drop the term intersectionality because it became so ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't want to do it personally, and I think that what we need to do is to move from speaking about our intersections of our vulnerability to the intersection between oppressors. This is a much more interesting thing to examine, I think.
No me acuerdo quién era esta mañana.
I don't remember who said this morning that it would be fine maybe to have some meeting for people who attend international congresses. Do you think, Pepa, that in journalism it would be necessary to have a code of ethics on how one should treat and approach journalistically the topics concerning prostitution?
Fundamentalmente.
I believe, yes, but the mass media use on intentional basis all this background. In so many years in this topic, I have been able to experience how They choose people and discourses that do represent before an audience, a great audience, what they want to say. Women without children, but we have to. They have women who have been many years. Information is manipulated. Specific instructions are made before being in the mass media, so that we keep on translating this discourse of voluntary nature, something that has been chosen, eligibility, when the lights are turned off, and you are not there any longer, the woman comes back to her environment. This has nothing to do when what has been manipulated. There is a code of ethics, but not only in the discourse, but in manipulating as well the human beings in order to present discourses that are in favor of the pro-sex campaigns. And I think that this is a lack of ethics, in my opinion, manipulation. It's already enough manipulated the women in prostitution so that others, the powerful, those who have the power of money, the power of diffusion, the power whatever, they are always those who then come. And I remember many years ago, and we are here in an environment that maybe you will understand all this. In Spain, there was a woman who worked as a prostitute that they called the venom, la veneno, the poison. She began to be transformed from male into woman. She was very grateful because one night the police came and they started go against all the transsexual women that existed at that time in a place, in a street called Rubén Darío. This woman that still was dressed as a male, but she has slightly longer hair, they told her, please shut up because you have the same testicles that I have. Well, and I said, well, I want just to be treated respectfully. This woman was very grateful to me, and she was then taken to a TV program, employed in a TV program, and that was the end of her life, because as she said, every time I go on TV, I'm paid 600 euros for a spot of 10 minutes or 14, 15 minutes. Do you want me then to go down onto the street again? Look how fat I am, because the only thing I do is that I ask for pizzas at home. So at the end, it's the power of the others on the misery that we women carry, on the lack of commitment, on the dignity of women. We talk of decency and dignity, but let's see what those terms mean. Because one of the things that is most important for me, the use of the specific and precise language, accurate language. To come here, I looked for words that were similar. Sexual commerce, sex industry, digital trade, and at the end I say, no, we're using terms that are not the adequate ones, because prostitution is much more than what we are looking here. Melissa talked about the dancers, and well, I think that I'm going to launch an idea. You know that I'm slightly revolutionary at this respect. Then at the beginning, everybody looks at me, but I have turned around this very often. And what I thought at the end is that when we talk about those topics, we have to talk about the trafficking with human bodies for use and for sexual use and abuse from the males. And why? Because when we talk about the commercial sex, whose sex? If what we are doing is just using and abusing the bodily nature of women. Let's use those terms. My great friend and colleague from the university came. He's very specific in the terms. One, talking about pornography, we discuss a lot about these topics. He said, you don't use the terms properly, because pornographer is the one who does pornography, pornophile, the one who consumes it. And I had a thought from Victor Malarek that I like very much, who says, the payment per sex is the production of a private porno film. The male writes the script, directs it, interprets it, and he acts as a casting director, choosing the actress. So what are we talking about? Julie, you have studied for a long time the pro-prostitution lobbies. You have been harassed even physically by the members of these lobbies. What is the power they've got And mainly, what is the power that they have with respect to the mass media?
Well, most journalists are lazy. And so they will just go with the dominant narrative. But also, let's be honest, most journalists are men, and they're libertarian, or they're right-wing libertarian, or they're left-wing libertarian. Either way, they hate us. And they decide that prostitution is not a problem. So when somebody says sex work, and when somebody says, uses a euphemism, like the girlfriend experience or sugar daddies or something, and when they say most sex workers are mothers and they do it because they have no money, they believe it because it suits them to believe it. And it's cyclical. So the media is fed, and the media then does the feeding of people who consume media. So it's not the media's fault. The media is just another body that perpetuates this idea of the happy hooker. My view is that the media narrative is fed by two distinct groups. One is the academics, my favorite group, where the majority, in order to secure grants, to look cool, to appear hip, to not be shouted at by their students, and just for an easier life, will say, hey, sex work is work, and women are empowered and emancipated. Or, as the latest narrative, most sex work is now men selling sex and women buying, or whatever Orwellian rubbish that they choose to spin. And the other group is, of course, the pro-prostitution lobby that's divided into several facets. Most of them are profiteers. But then there is a group who really are genuine, who really are selling some form of sexual service and who are campaigning for their own rights. Now, I know this isn't a feminist thing to do. And in polite feminist society, we're not supposed to say this. But I'm not polite, so I'm going to say it. The men and the women who make up this tiny minority of genuine sex workers' rights campaigners who say we should have blanket decriminalisation, that a lot of money is made, that it's a great job, are the most selfish to the point of narcissistic and sociopathic people on the planet. Because what they're doing is they're actually looking at their own atypical experience of doing a little bit of bondage and discipline, of cracking a whip, of urinating on someone. In other words, of not being used like a spittoon for men's semen. So in the kind of less grotesque end of prostitution, if you like. And they're saying it's okay for me, so why shouldn't I have the law and policy to suit me? Well, go to hell. And they inform the media because they have the money and they have the time. And as a journalist, if I wanted to get hold of somebody quickly for a quote, I wouldn't be able to find some of the hard-working abolitionist sex trade survivors who are actually doing real work. I'd go to one of those well-funded idiots. So that's that lot. And then, of course, we have the pimps and the profiteers. And that's exactly what they are. Hey, there's no conspiracy here. You know, these really are the ones making money. We've uncovered them. You know, I have, other journalists have, other activists have. And what they're doing is they're saying they're sex workers, but in fact they're running brothels and escort agencies. Now, it's fine for them to say that they're sex workers and be believed because they're not lying. Because the term sex work means pimps, brothel owners, escort agency owners, pornographers, the lot. And that's why you don't actually have those speaking on behalf of how brilliant prostitution is, who are actually prostituted women in a typical situation of prostitution, the vast majority. And finally, ask yourself a question. All these euphemisms that are used in the media, fed by the sex trade apologists, such as the girlfriend experience, or transactional sex, or selling love, have you ever yet to this day, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, heard of a spokesperson for the sex trade who comes out and says, I do the girlfriend experience, it was a great job? They don't, do they? They never specify the horrors. They never say, I went away with that horrible, hideous, abusive man and pretended to be his girlfriend for 2 weeks, and I really enjoyed it. No. They never talk about the actual sex of prostitution, ever. They don't talk about the rancid smell. They don't talk about any of the reality. It's all euphemistic. And I'll just really finish now by saying, my friend Bridget Perrier, who many of you know, sex trade survivor, abolitionist, Indigenous woman from Canada, she said she's so sick of all of these euphemisms about sex worker or selling love. She said, I'm just going to start calling myself a former testicle engineer.
That's a showstopper. Exactly along the lines of what Julie is saying, I think there is an urgent need for a major website that has survivor testimony. Now, abolitionist survivor testimony is at the root, the core of most of our work, those of us who are not survivors. Why do these journalists repeatedly quote sex worker, pro-sex trade people? I'm trying to get the word out there, people. Because they're easy to access. They have organizations, they have websites. Survivor testimony that has informed all of our work in this room is much harder to access. Let's get a large archive of survivor testimony addressing these issues. We've got a tiny attempt at that on our blog, which is called The Survivor's View at prostitutionresearch.com, but it isn't anywhere near what I'm envisioning. Here's how it could be useful. Within the last year, I was contacted by a member of the U.S. Green Party, a man who is who is abolitionist, and wanted to fight an attempt by sex trade organizers to defeat the U.S. Green Party's support of the Swedish model law, which is in their bylaws, amazingly enough. So he said, how can you help me? Well, what evolved was a team of Rachel Moran and me feeding him every single day a quote from Rachel and the women from Space at the top and research supporting it at the bottom. I mean, Rachel and I worked very, very hard to give his entire listserv these quotes, a new one every day. He would say, I'm dealing with this. I can't deal with this aspect of what they're saying, like it's fun or it's going to go underground if it's illegal, blah, 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 blah. And every day, it wasn't that hard. The two of us came up with targeted, short commentary on the issues that he was having a difficulty dealing with. And that the U.S. Green Party was only hearing from the pro-sex trade members, who are extensive. I am very happy to say, as a result of our work and his work, they defeated an attempt to repeal the U.S. Green support of the Swedish model law. A pretty big accomplishment because they had lots of chapters that were stacked with pro-sex trade activists. So I want to say again, to agree with Julie on this, we have to make the voices of survivors way more accessible to mainstream journalists who indeed are not going to go to the trouble of finding the eloquent survivors that are talking about this issue.
Yo en ese sentido te quería preguntar, Drisa, ¿cuál es la situación?
I wanted to ask, what is the situation of the mass media in Colombia, the situation of the mass media in Russia with respect to prostitution, and also wonder if the mechanisms of help or aid, international and regional aid mechanisms, do they really help the women, migrant women on the field, if they are useful or not? Are they effective or aren't they?
I was honestly not prepared to answer about the Russian situation and mass media in relation to prostitution. No, prostitution is framed as something against traditional values right now, because this is the discourse that we are promoting in Russia. It's against morality. So there are those fallen women who are better be kept away somewhere away from public spaces, and if they're caught in prostitution, they must be punished. So this is like a state policy. And then we have there are no discussions. You can't find debates on prostitution or critical analysis in newspapers. There are some feminist outlets for feminists where there is a little bit of critique is developed. And then, of course, we have the neoliberal discourse coming through also funded programs and specific NGOs, very much related to health programs, AIDS, HIV reductions, that promotes, it's a harm reduction approach. It's a charitable approach that we know that we can't eliminate prostitution, but at least let's make women's vaginas hurt less, something like this. And interestingly, it fits very well in the religious discourse as well, and we have religious fundamentalism now in Russia. I studied this subject and I listened to the lectures by our prominent priests who, everybody has a YouTube channel and their Facebook, and yes, they integrated acceptance of prostitution into their sermons. It is something that was always there. They come up with quotes from Bible, how it was tolerated and it will be tolerated and so on. So this is Russia. Migrant women and media, how they're helping anything on the ground. Media generally is not helpful unless it is a very, very extreme case that can be sensationalized, that they can show a lot of dead bodies floating in the Mediterranean, that they can, getting they score specific points. And it also depends which media is reporting. So, of course, a lot of media in Europe is right now dominated by the right wing. So for them, it doesn't matter what kind of victims you are, if you're in prostitution or not. All migrants are bad, and all of them are coming here to steal the jobs, and they're destroying our economy, and they're destroying our culture. So this is the dominant narrative, and obviously it is not helpful. It is not helpful because what happens is that we have thousands and thousands of women locked in hotspots in Italy, in Greece, a lot of women locked in Morocco, for example, and the European Union now externalized a lot of its migration policies, so migrant women don't even have a chance to reach Europe. And you have the situation when women go missing without, nobody counts women. Nobody understands that women can experience gender-based violence, that rape is a natural part of their journey now. It is so much. There was a period when a journalist picked up this theme of sexual violence against women, and there was a bit of coverage. But for how long can you entertain the audience with raped migrant women? After a point, everybody gets tired of this because nothing changes on the ground. So now, media is speaking about Brexit, they're speaking about, fascist parties on the rise. But the question of sexual violence that is absolutely at the center of movement of women across borders. It's not possible to think of a young 15-year-old girl who travels on her own, that she would not be subjected to the worst forms of male violence. And we do not have media support. Nobody is interested in this subject, with the exception of some courageous journalists. And I have to say that actually most of them are not even situated in Europe.
Para terminar, porque luego vamos.
In order to conclude, because then we will have a question and answer period, I would like to ask each one of the speakers, talking about the social acceptance of prostitution, what to do in order to prevent young people, youngsters, most of them have already incorporated prostitution to their leisure time. They stop doing so. How to prevent that? How to avoid them doing that? Pippa. Well, it's very easy. And it is summarized in 3 words, only 3. Education, education, and education. There is no other way that we have an egalitarian society if we are not able to convey the values, the human values, to the whole of the society. If we keep on allowing the difference in jobs, in studies, I'm at the university, we still perpetuate some careers for women and some for boys. And another thing I claim from here, the use of the term male. Let's stop using men and women. The man didn't want to include us and excluded us. Well, now we will use male and women. It's not hard. It's done. It takes a little time, but you can do that. Then the only way of breaking the chain of use and abuse, sexual use and abuse on women, on the whole of women, is not exclusively any longer those whom they want destined to that, those women that can be raped because they were born to be raped. We have to break this chain. So not to talk the use and abuse on women is education. It's the only way. Julie?
Of course, I agree, but I think part of the education has to be that we understand that the perpetrators are punished and prosecuted, because otherwise, what does the education about how terrible this crime is if we know that men do not go to prison for pimping and raping and abusing women, and sex buyers are not named as abusers and perpetrators of sex crimes and are therefore punished and in turn deterred? So I think that there has to be an element of that, at least. There is little point in saying to women and girls, men and boys, prostitution and sexual violence in general is a terrible thing that must not be allowed to go unpunished or to be tolerated, when everybody knows that these men do not get punished and deterred through being named as perpetrators and then being treated justly by the criminal justice system and all of the sanctions that come with that.
I agree with Julie that jail is a profoundly educational experience. And I favor that type of education along with others. Secondly, we have found in our studies of sex buyers that they have stunningly low levels of empathy. And I think, along with several other NGOs in the US, that teaching very young children empathy is a really good idea. Third, pornography teaches men how to be punters, Johns, friars in Germany. Isn't that a great word? It's F-R-E-I-E-R-S, but we have this word friar in English. It's good. So let's deconstruct pornography. Let's have a critical feminist analysis that some people have already started impressively, but that's where they're learning about sex, about women, about prostitution, and in countries like Germany or in a state like Nevada, the state is sponsoring education for men in how to exploit women in prostitution. So that would be my third thought, is really go all out for deconstructing what is in pornography, as Andrea Dworkin and Catherine McKinnon did many years ago. I think it's really important.
I have 3 points. Point number 1, we have to stop being silent about young male violence. This is very important. I don't think we have enough analysis of this. We can't speak about educating young men about not consuming women and prostitution, pornography, without acknowledging that they are doing this and they are being violent by this. Well, the legislative framework we work with is that here's violence against women and women's rights, and this is child's rights, and this is completely blind. They don't have even girls and boys, and let alone you can't speak about violence that is happening there. So this is one thing. The second thing, I think that, well, this is our general perspective on all the work that we do. We need to work side by side with young women. They have to be sitting here around the table. We have to be speaking with them. They have to be speaking with us. They have a lot of power. They're very outspoken. So this is also something where our energy should go before thinking about men, I think. And the third point, I want to follow on the line of deconstructing pornography. And I think that we should go beyond deconstructing pornography. We have to really deconstruct a lot of things that feed into pornography. And I want to bring it back to the point that I made before on intersectionality. We need to deconstruct those oppressive forces that operate together. We can work in silos and focus only on pornography, on prostitution. At the same time, we can overlook the whole avalanche that is falling on us on different sides, like the religious fundamentalism, through which a lot of pornography, like in ISIS, they're using pornography to recruit people in. And this is just one example. So I think we need to start connecting all of those forces that are all of a sudden they're so active at this point. Neoliberalism on one side, religious fundamentalism on the other side. There's identity politics in the middle of it all, because we're all so different and it's based on our identities. So I think this connecting and deconstructing and doing joint thinking is very, very important. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas las.
Thank you very much, all the speakers, and we now have half an hour for the floor for the discussion.
Hola, soy Marta Chapman, soy psicoterapeuta.
Hello, I'm Marta Chapman, I'm a psychotherapist, and I see women in trauma and peace. I see women in Colombia, I help them. And with respect to education, as Anna said, we have to speak with women. And we have to bear in mind as well that if we treat women in a different manner when they are small or young, and we don't take into account the difference of the feminine emotion from the masculine one, and if we overlook the rights of children, of girls, the trauma will make them then be victims, become easily victims of this abuse. If you break a woman, this is what is happening now with women in Venezuela. They take them, they rape them for 3 days until they are broken, so to speak, and then they already got them. They are not complaining anymore because they have been broken. So a broken woman is very easy to maintain like that. So I think we have to protect women from this trauma and make a specific treatment for them right now, at that point in time where they have suffered. I think it was a violation, but maybe not only violation, but abuse and psychological abuse. They are just ready for being easily handled and managed and raped and used and abused. The lady in red in the...
Marta Badia, I'm a writer and a feminist, and I have a question for Melissa Farley. In your presentation, you showed a slide which passed very quickly. It went away, and it showed on the title, Abolitionist Agenda. I would like if you can explain what is your agenda on that, because it is, I think, widely known that regulationists do have an agenda, and it's very aggressive. Thank you.
I think I went over it, and I don't want to take too much time, but it is prioritizing. Oh, sorry. It's prioritizing exit services for survivors as we advocate in all of our work the Swedish model law. We need to bump up the emphasis on exit services. There's no country that has the Swedish model law where there are, including Sweden, that has adequate level of funding for exit services. So the more we talk about that, the better. And the other thing is the evaluation of the delivery of exit services, which in the US are nothing short of appalling at times in terms of ethical violation. Well-intentioned people, hey, my uncle left me a house in the country, I'm going to start a shelter for survivors with no trained staff, no budget. Vanita once told me you need about 300,000 US a year. This was 8 years ago, to adequately staff a shelter. So I recommend that people go to the places in the US that have high-quality treatment for survivors of prostitution, trafficking, and other forms of sexual violence, like Breaking Free in Minneapolis or Refuge House in Tallahassee. Research clarifying the effects of legal policy on prostitution and on women's lives. The other side is constantly putting this out. Government, the New Zealand government, the German government puts these reports out. If we go through them carefully, there are gems in there that we can use. But I think we need funded large-scale studies of the effects of various policies on prostitution. The other side is just slamming us regularly on the Swedish law in Sweden, and we're not getting enough airtime, just as one example. And then funding for a major archive of survivor testimony, and major funding for social media and cartoons, which is the topic of this panel. I don't think I can overemphasize the need for us to be every place, including the new forms of social media that some of us struggle to keep up with, Instagram and Snapchat. We found out after a week and a half in Germany that they were on Instagram. They actually were talking about our research on not only the online punters forums, but on Instagram, so Instagram, Snapchat, all of these places, we need to flood them with our campaigns and very, very good media. Cute, funny, compelling, all of that kind of stuff. That was what I said. I'm sorry to repeat it with so little time.
Había visto una mano levantada así.
Was another hand raised somewhere, or no? Good afternoon. I wanted to One of the questions was on the issue of who is funding all this lobby that we are mentioning, but they have mentioned different religious teams. The second question for the activism that is ongoing, especially in the social networks, those never-ending wars. I would like to know the opinion of the speakers on, for instance, the New Zealand model that is in force, as the German model has failed. Now they say they propose the New Zealand one. And also the sex therapies, a sort of sexual attendance for men with some disability, and also the trans activism that shows that says that many transsexual people are most of the people who are exploited for prostitution, and they prefer the regulationism. I wanted to know your opinion on these wars that we have now, these open fronts of the war. With the microphone, please. Good afternoon. They say that when you can't go straight to a place, it's better to go around it, and that the money is the one who money is what is guiding everything. Apart from everything that being said here, it would be fantastic to be able to enforce it through the pressure pathway on where the money has gone to. Maybe it would be more effective. And then the last thing, can one really verify if when somebody wants to exit and is going to declare against the pimp, if they have caused any harm to their family in their country, or some measure has been taken in order to protect that woman? Thank you. Maybe you want to answer on the sexual assistance. No, here is, well, sexual therapists. Well, when we talk about women in prostitution conditions, we want to differentiate from the rest, but not only as women in sexual prostitution. If we work with people who are drug addicts, deprivation of freedom, people, homeless people, we also want to be different from the other in order not to be as all the others, in order not to see or feel what I'm seeing in the other one, in the other person. Many women define themselves as therapists or psychologists, and something that hurts me as social workers. I'm a social worker, and I said 4 years invested in studies. What a pity in my situation. Well, let's see. Well, this is, if we are talking, say very often that payment per sex is a remunerated violation of sexual therapists. I know that this happens in Germany, and here there are associations that are defending that. I believe it's something terrible. But everything has to do with the education, because since long time ago, a person who was called Brian Maslow, there is a pyramid of necessities and basic needs. Among them was the sexual need, over and above the affective one, emotional one. So sometimes we confuse things, and we believe that some rights for a person versus the rights for another person. I don't believe that we have to pay a sexual therapist. Maybe that what we have to do is a type of sexual education that is different. Although there are people who supposedly, due to their functional diversity, can't have sex, well, there will always be other alternatives, not the humiliation of a person to satisfy another one. This is the payment for sex. This is what it is.
Julie, about the money behind the prostitution lobbies.
Well, much of
great part of the money goes
prostitution ideology being pushed and disseminated within the media and academia and the like comes from health-funded projects in countries where there are health-funded projects for HIV prevention. And definitely that's the case in the UK, for example, but I know it's also the case in a number of other countries. So it goes like this. You know, we have an AIDS epidemic, and it would appear, certainly in the global north, that gay men and people in prostitution, primarily women, are most at risk. And so some of the services are set up by gay male libertarians who decide that all sex is good sex, and that this is something that is just about prevention, so therefore the condom becomes king. Nothing else needs to be considered. If intravenous drug using people, in other words, people in prostitution, women and some men, are at risk from that, then it becomes about clean needles. And so that has continued, and especially with the Open Society Foundation's focus on HIV prevention. And people want to keep their jobs, of course, and they tend to be the best funded organisations, the ones with most money, then will do lobbying work, and they will campaign for blanket decriminalisation of the sex trade, because they say stigma kills. Well, clearly men kill, not stigma. So they say stigma kills. So therefore, stigma's as big a killer as HIV. And if you decriminalise the sex trade, and this is an incredible claim made by The Lancet in 2014 in a special edition. What these COD scientists say is that if you remove all laws pertaining to prostitution, then women, because we know it's women, will no longer be arrested. Well, we're all for that, aren't we? We know that that's something that the abolitionists, the Swedish model, gives. We no longer arrest prostituted people. But they go further and say that if we decriminalise pimping and other forms of exploitation, brothel owning, then that makes it safer for the women. Somehow it means that men under legal regimes will use a condom. I've never noticed a pimp following a man under legal prostitution into the bedroom and rolling a condom on his dick, but, there you go. So these HIV prevention organisations are the ones that are lobbying for decriminalisation with the message that this will prevent HIV. And in fact, the claim by The Lancet was that new HIV infections, 10 years after worldwide decriminalisation of every aspect of the sex trade, will reduce new HIV infections of up to 44%. And the other big source of funding is through the academy. For example, somebody was talking about the threats, Melissa was talking about the constant threats by the pro-prostitution lobby about the Swedish model, the abolitionist model, and claiming it's failed. Well, Professor Nick Mai, that's spelled M-A-I, is leading a big European Commission-funded project to the tune of 1.3 million euros to look at all of the countries that they have decided are of interest, Sweden being one, New Zealand being another, to see how the Swedish model is failing. They haven't quite put it like that, but of course that's what the money is for, because if you look up Professor Nick Mai, you will see exactly what his position is on decriminalisation of the sex trade. So they're two big pots of money.
Le iba a pedir a Melissa.
I was going to ask Melissa, please, to tell us about the New Zealand model that have become the great model of the regulationist.
New Zealand model and decriminalization. First, please do not let them get away with alleging that decriminalization is miles apart from legalization. It's not. Decriminalization is a form of legalized prostitution in New Zealand and every place else. It's zoned in a profoundly racist way, just the way prostitution is in the United States and every place else, South Africa, and in New Zealand. The primarily Maori parts of Auckland are hammered the pro-decriminalization people hammer street prostitution there. They are definitely regulating prostitution out of certain neighborhoods and into others. That's a legalized process. Zoning is a legal process, and it goes on with the alleged decriminalization model. So don't let them get away with that. Like, this is the golden dream they present. It's just absolute baloney. Secondly, New Zealand is an example of the harm reduction model of the kind of public health programs Julie's describing moved into state-sponsored legal prostitution or decriminalized prostitution. That's how they did it in New Zealand. When I was there, attempting to say, well, have you looked at this research by this person or that person? The head of the public health department in New Zealand said to me, we don't need any of that. We have the New Zealand Prostitutes Collective. Yet another example of the silencing of voices of survivors who want to tell the truth and the upholding of advocates of the sex trade, including many, many pimps. So I think we need to, to say this in this room, we really need to go after the New Zealand model hard. It's just listen to voices of survivors like Sabrina Valise, who is, and there's several other New Zealand survivors who in the last year, I confess, I've only in the last year become aware of what they have to say. It's compelling testimony. Every chance we get, we need to be quoting them and not letting this, what they try to do to suppress our analysis of New Zealand and the effects of those policies, that's not to be underestimated. Again, I come back to, we need to do our type of studies, and we need to get the money to do it. Anyway, thanks.
Hay una pregunta.
I have two comments. One on verification. Women are sent back to the country of origin if they're victim of trafficking, if they're safe or not. Can they verify it? No. They can't. Very rarely they actually do. And when they do, personally, I do not think we have really, in the European Union, the mechanisms of interagency and international verification that they're really sure when they're sending the women back that they will be safe. And on top of this, we have Istanbul Convention, we have the legal obligations of non-refoulement. Women are not supposed to be sending back, and they continuously sending the victims back. And they just send back directly to their traffickers. This is one comment. The second comment also on who funds them. I think that there are some strategic and targeted programs and calls and where money is going, but I think we're now at the point when actually they don't even need to do it so strategically, because it is so mainstreamed through various institutions, from the UN to civil society to different health programs, that there is no need for this strategic distraction. They're already implanted everywhere. And connecting also on the issue of transgender, I want to illustrate this. I just came from Vilnius, where we had a consultative meeting with as a civil society with the European Institute for Gender Equality. And I had to endure the lecture on intersectionality, where I went there as a migrant women organization. And who do you think delivered this lecture to us? It was the Transgender Europe. Throughout the lecture, there was terminology of sex work used. I was in shock, and I had to speak to the European Institute for Gender Equality and say, this is completely unacceptable, but this is what we have. We have those people in the middle of institutions teaching intersectionality to civil servants. Then all of this appears in the reports. Women are erased meanwhile. So we really have to speak about it.
John? Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Garciela Cosante, survivor from prostitution and trafficking in Argentina. I'm a survivor. I'm very emotional. Being here is very emotional for me. For the very first time, I'm attending an international conference on our situation. And the members of the panel this morning and now discussing public policies for supporting and helping survivors or the victims still inside the system, okay? Whether they want to leave prostitution or not, they need help. But to me, I'm sorry, something that I needed to express here out loud for food for thought and working practices for going back to our countries and going back to our daily work with the victims and survivors on the field. I think we need to talk about budget. Each country should have an allocation of budget to help and support victims with a fully comprehensive, holistic help, and it has to be supported by the three political powers, the executive, legislative, and judicial power. Maybe tomorrow I have a greater chance to explain our organization, but it was such a fight that we had to go through in Argentina. If you seek help, you first have to go through the police reporting because you need an official report to be considered as a victim of trafficking. But of course, the women who are surviving by prostitution because of the lack of opportunity are never considered anywhere. So that's why it's essential that we need to talk about that. We need to convince our governments to allocate budget to help victims. Perhaps we could have a key message to lobby our governments on the allocation of resources at each of our countries. Maybe we could have something in some type of declaration about it. Thank you very much. Next comment. Thank you for this. When you were talking about training and educating the mass media, I'm a journalist myself. And I think that the majority of the Spanish workers would know, but foreign people probably don't know about the Spanish situation. As of 8th of March last year, all journalists met together. 7,000 women, female journalists signed a manifesto. And it's very difficult to reach an agreement of this scale. And we were requesting what we thought was necessary for our profession, and amongst them we underscored training in the language to use, in how to convey the message on the prostitution, both visually and in writing. And at least we did get to that agreement and sign the petition, okay? More than 7,000 Spanish journalists signed it. Now, as an abolitionist, in my country, well, you know, of course, that there is a huge debate now between legalization and abolitionism, okay? Amongst feminists, okay? Now in Spain it's being discussed and it's quite a heavy discussion. We're actually arguing over it. I am an abolitionist and I have experienced rejection whenever I propose that in order to reach the situation of global abolitionism, we need to sit down with all women, either participation or being prostituted or survivors, but not speak on behalf of them, but to speak with them. And that's the difference. Okay, not speak in their name, but speak with them. What about this difference? What do you think about it?
Bueno, yo creo que
Well, I think my position has been made clear for a long time. It's convenient because we talked about it. The voices of those who suffer are always necessary. And the voices of people who are destitute in these very dire situations of social exclusion must be heard, but they should probably remain anonymous. Some people are brave to say out loud, I am a survivor of prostitution, and they will always be stigmatized, okay? So you have to understand that people are reluctant to come forward. You listen to them, but you needn't always disclose the identity of that person. It's already vulnerable and under pressure and harassment by the media and the people surrounding her. I always use something, because I'm clumsy, that I said the women in prostitution always use their own alias, what we call battle names, okay? Battle nicknames. Sanders, she's much clever, and she says, it's a manufactured identity. You invent your own name, your own family, your own style in dressing, and so on and so forth. Okay? So they forge themselves a new alias. Yes, their voices, yes, but I don't agree always on the public disclosure of the faces of those voices, because in the end, the only ones that are going to be stigmatized is them. And I remember Andonis here, he taught me this phrase, and they asked me, are there any ornithologists, bird watchers? Yes, they do, right? What about ornithologists? Do they speak bird tweet and chips? So, okay, as women, we can help them, support them, fight, vindicate them, and so on and so forth. And yes, with them, always with them, but never publicly exposed, okay?
Well, I think there's no woman at all in this room will have had some form of sexual violence, abuse, or harassment. So there isn't a woman that exists that hasn't had. So I think two things. One, we should not be speaking about sex trade survivors as though they are somehow a different species. And secondly, the stigma should not be on any of us who have experienced sexual violence, and I include myself in this. And third, sex trade survivors, as I said earlier, should not be wheeled out to be the victims. How many times have we seen this happen with women who've been raped, with women who've been through domestic violence, those who've experienced female genital mutilation, forced marriage, etc.? Our movement, our women's liberation movement, is built on us talking about our violence and abuse and what men do to us. This is nothing unusual. The difference with sex trade survivors actually standing up and being counted is that there is a massive lobby telling them that they are lying, that they are mad, and that they are wrong. Now, we haven't had this with rape and with domestic violence and with all the other abuses, because there hasn't been a lobby telling us that black is white and day is night. So that's what we need to challenge. We need no more rape testimonies from sex trade survivors. We know enough about the violence. We now need to give women space to actually talk about what they want to change and stop asking sex trade survivors about their rape and ask them about the law.
Maybe we have time for two more questions if they're concise and brief, to the point, if possible.
Thank you so much for your words. I'm really overwhelmed. But I just wanted to ask a question. What do we do about Hollywood? What are we going to do about the huge narrative from the other side? You see commercials that are telling us it's okay to sell women's bodies. You see everything that's going against, it's like rowing against a huge wave as we are giving information, trying to change the narrative. You have Hollywood coming out with films telling us it's okay to exploit women and girls. What do we do about them?
California.
I mean, I think it's a question that you're asking that we've all been struggling with and that the panel is focused on. And yes, it's Hollywood, which you could say is the start of the glamorization of prostitution and the sex trade. But today, it goes so far beyond that. I can tell you one small story about pornography in use by sex buyers in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. When we went over there to interview the men, we thought, how are we going to take into account the genocide, the poverty, the hatred between the Vietnamese and the Cambodians, and we got all these theories going. And there's a particular kind of harm done to women, both in Cambodian prostitution that has a special word for it. It's gang rape prostitution. And we thought, oh, maybe this comes from the genocide. Well, after we interviewed the men, it became extremely clear that it was Western pornography viewing driven behavior. They were looking at US, UK, Eastern European pornography of gang rapes, which is one of the most common forms of pornography. And they were normalizing it because that's what they'd seen in the West. And so I just want to observe the toxic cultural influences coming from many countries, in more dominant countries affecting countries that are less dominant in terms of media saturation, which is why I think all of us need to present an alternative to it. Do you have something to say about that?
Okay, I don't know what to do with Hollywood. I have no answers.
Burn it down.
Yeah, I don't know. It took me a very long time to start understanding what Hollywood films were about. I grew up in Soviet Union. It was, there is some kind of, they're not best films, but I grew up with films that spoke about personal connections between people and small things and emotions, and humans looked like humans, and not everything was sexualized about women. But what I think, I don't know, I'm not working in the media. We are too small to influence the big media. We're trying to develop our counter-narrative on social media. To some extent, it's successful, I think, because women are noticing us. And this is my major point. I think we work locally. A lot of our members work locally. We need to keep pushing for women-only spaces, where women can come together and speak to each other without mediation by men, by patriarchal structures, by patriarchal media. We need physical spaces where women come together, communicate, share their stories, speak about violence, recognize that it is cross-cultural, has nothing to do with your identity or the culture where you come from. It's a male violence and patriarchy. And the more spaces like this we have, and the more women we have in those spaces, we need to grow women's army. This is what I really believe.
Una última pregunta.
One last question.
Bueno, pues nada, mañana seguimos entonces.
If that is not the case, we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mañana empieza.
We're starting tomorrow at 9:45 in the morning. Just to remind you, no, 9:30. She's corrected herself, 9:30.
God, I think